Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. Members, thank you for allowing us in the public. Thank you very much for allowing us to take this brief break. Akaku was having connectivity problems. We are back. And Gretchen Bersano, are you on again? Okay. Please proceed. Here. Okay, now we can see you and we can hear you. Please proceed with your testimony. Start from the beginning.
Okay. Oh, the beginning. Okay. So, mahalo for having me. I wanted to share some information that I don't think that I included in the email testimony or in my verbal testimony in Lahaina last week. But in talking to some of the council members, I realized they didn't know that our program exists in their district. So, okay. We also have a program at Kihei Charter School and Waihe'e School. We are excited to expand to more schools. We feel very ready, capable and ready. With our move is how we have, the adjustments after the fire. We feel very ready for this fiscal year to expand. And I also wanted to share my support for the recycling program, the recycling grants program through Department of Environmental Management. We have been recipients of that grant in the past. In fact, I think it was fiscal year 2017 or 2018. West Maui Green Cycle started with a recycling grant for $19,000 for a feasibility study, and now we are able to compost 1 million pounds a year. And it all started with, the recycling grants committee just taking a chance on us. And I think that other organizations really deserve that chance to be able to bring our waste diversion goals to fruition with creativity. And, it's awesome what people have come up with. So I am in very strong support of their program. I also wanted to give a shout out to the Ag Department. They are so awesome, and I'm excited to hopefully work with them this coming year with our education program. And we are a huge supporter of Grow Some Good as well. The school compost program actually started through Grow Some Good. And after I think it was the first year and a half of the program, we transferred it over to West Maui Green Cycle. But yes, huge supporter of Grow Some Good, and we hope to be partnering with them moving into the future of our educational program, because the school garden program and the compost education programs, they really go hand in hand. So also, in talking to Department of Environmental Management, they have specified that we should request a line item so that, so I just wanted to share that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much for repeating your testimony and allowing us to have our technical problems resolved. Anybody have questions for Ms. Lozano? See none. I have one quick question for you. So are you saying you're in the Department of Ag with Grow Some Good, or are you with EPNS, or both?
Oh, no. I'm just looking forward to working with them, not for funding or anything, just with the educational program. Sorry, that is something.
Okay. And how much funding are you asking for your line item?
We're requesting for $350,000 for the line item for the school composting program.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very much. All right. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Gail Fujiwara, to be followed by Jill Center.
Good morning.
Good morning, council members. My name is Gail Fujiwara, and I work for the Department of Finance Claims Section, and I here on my own personal time. I am testifying to express opposition in Bill 49, which proposes adjustments to salaries of the Council, Office of Council Services. As a 31-year dedicated public servant who values fairness, fiscal responsibility, and recognition of skill and technical expertise, I am deeply alarmed and frankly insulted by the implications of this bill. The revised pay structure is nothing short of a slap in the face to specialized employees in critical roles, particularly those in the finance department, such as the account systems administrator, who are slated to earn less than your senior accountant and several committee secretaries, and other supported positions under this proposal. How is it justifiable that individuals with high-level technical expertise, such as CPAs, and substantial responsibilities for the security, maintenance, integrity of the county financial system make less than the administrative staff? I understand that everybody is entitled to a pay raise, but we need to be fair to all county employees in all departments. How can you give your staff 30% when finance department processes all payments for the entire county of Maui, including council services? Does this mean that because I process the council services and entire county that I get a 30% raise also? The proposed pay plan not only undermines the value of technical and analytical skill sets, but also threatens employee morale across all departments. Rewarding titles over technical contributions sends the message that institutional knowledge and operational competencies are not valued in our county government. I urge the county to consider the entire bill I urge the county to reconsider this bill in its entirety. Passing Bill 49 will not only perpetuate inequity, but it also do lasting damage to staff trust, interdepartment cohesiveness, and the reputation of this body as stewards of public resources. Please defer Bill 49 until after collective bargaining. Do better for the people who keep the government running every day, not just the ones that sit close to the council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have questions for the testifier? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Fujiwara. I was wondering, did you ever apply for council services?
No,
How come?
because I work in the Department of Finance and that's my choice.
Okay, thank you.
But nobody, okay, never mind.
Or you can answer.
No, you only have a staff of 40 or
She
whatever it
answered
is,
my
it's
question.
like.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else have questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Fujiwara.
Chair.
Oh, Member Paulton. Member Kawa has a question for you. Sorry.
I want to thank you for telling us that we should wait until after collective bargaining is done, yeah. But one of the things I think happens at those collective bargaining, we bargain with all the different unions, but the guys that make the decision about stuff like that are on Oahu, right? That's where all that big decision's made. And because they don't have money, they keep the wages for our people low. We'd love to pay, everybody here would love to pay all of our employees in this county what we know they are worth. But we're stuck because of collective bargaining, because they don't bargain hard enough or whatever it is you got to do to make sure that those wages are high. So I'd encourage you to tell people to please ask them to tell their union negotiators, negotiate better on behalf of them. Because other than that, we're stuck. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No further questions. All right. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Jill Center on teams to be followed by Tony Rust.
Aloha Chair and esteemed members of the Maui County Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today in strong support of the Ka'ipu'ukui Fellowship Program. My name is Jill Center, and I'm a proud fellow of the 2025 cohort. Through Ka'ipukukui just 2 days ago, I was standing on the shores of Kaho'olawe. My father, a Lahaina native who has never had the chance to visit Kaho'olawe, urged me before to deeply appreciate this incredible opportunity and to learn more about the island's history. As I knelt in the earth planting aki-aki and a kuli-kuli, it became clear that this was more than just a unique experience. It was a life-altering one. Through the program's monthly halavai, I've been connected with so many inspiring individuals. My understanding of our island and county, its history, its culture has deepened immeasurably, and I've gained valuable insights into the current programs and services across Maui Nui. Over the past 9 months, a recurring and crucial theme of our halavai has been the vital need to encourage our kama'aina to return home. Having moved back myself in 2022 after over 2 decades in the mainland, I recognize the importance of first seeking to understand Maui and its needs. So much has changed in the last 20 years. We have a target. Mokulele Highway is now Maui Veterans Highway, and the airport looks completely different. I applied to become a fellow with the hope of gaining a deeper understanding the pressing issues and challenges we face so that I can contribute my skills and resources in a way that truly benefits our community. One of the difficult questions during my interview for this program was my motivation for applying to be a fellow, given that I'm in my 40s. My answer is deeply personal. My youngest child has special needs. Upon graduating from the program next month, I'm committed to partnering with organizations like Imua Family Services and Kalimo o Maui to raise awareness and work with them to enhance program services to provide crucial support for families in Maui County, navigating the complexities of a new diagnosis and the journey of caring for a child with special needs. Ka'ipukukui has opened doors and illuminated pathways I never knew existed, profoundly shifting my perspective on how I can make a meaningful difference on this island. The Ka'ipukukui Fellows Program is a vital force shaping the next generation of bright leaders, and I'm incredibly grateful to be a part of it. By approving funding for the Ka'ipukukui Fellowship Program in the FY26 budget, you'll be directly investing in the future of Maui, empowering the next group of leaders with the opportunity to learn, grow, and develop into leaders our county needs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Anyone have questions? See none. Well said. Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Tony Rust on Teams to be followed by Tamara Sherrill.
Aloha, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Aloha, Chair Sugimura, Vice Chair Kama, and members of the council. My name is Tony Rust, and I serve as the Maui Island Division Chief of the Hawaii Government Employees Association, HGEA. I submit this testimony on behalf of HGEA, which proudly represents approximately 1,000 dedicated civil service employees throughout Maui County across 5 bargaining units. These individuals are not just job titles. They are essential workforce that powers our local government every single day. They are account clerks, secretaries, analysts, engineers, office assistants, and service representatives. They are the people ensuring our services go without interruption. They are the backbone of every department, division, and office performing the critical tasks that keep our county moving. The 40 positions identified in Bill 49 are no exception in their commitment or value to our community. In fact, many of these individuals perform identical duties to their civil service counterparts that I just named, some with the exact same job descriptions. Yet under this bill, only these 40 employees would receive substantial salary increases, ranging not just from 30%, like is being talked about, but there are some areas that are getting 35%, 45%, and as large as 55%. Take a look at CR, salary range CR-6. So let's be honest, this bill represents more than routine adjustments. It represents unprecedented raises for a select few, while leaving behind hundreds of equally deserving employees who continue to shoulder increasing workloads amid rising vacancy rates. In 2024, Maui County reported vacancy rates between 27% and 40%, with over 600 unfilled positions. That number has not improved. Civil service employees are being stretched thin, asked to do more with less, and now are expected to accept a system that rewards only a few, despite equal work and equal contribution. We are already hearing from our members, morale is dropping, resentment is building. Talented, experienced workers are now considering leaving county service altogether. This bill, as currently written, risks deepening the workforce crisis our county already faces. But let me be really clear. HGEA does not oppose fair compensation or salary increases for anyone. But we do strongly oppose inequitable raises that ignore parity, transparency, and fairness. And we seriously question the process by which these increases were determined and introduced. We urge the council to defer action on Bill 49, take a step back, consider the broader consequences, and ensure that any compensation adjustments are made with fairness, integrity, and respect for all county employees, especially during this negotiation season. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Ms. Russ, I see Member Paulton has a question for you, and Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rust, for your testimony. And my question is, what is your strategy going into the collective bargaining if you'd like us to defer this? I heard a previous interaction that, if you point to this, to raise the this 20 to 40% over 600 vacancies was going on long before this bill introduced. I mean, it's been going on since I started working for County of Hawaii in 1998, and then when I came to County of Maui in 2001. So I was wondering, what is the strategy of HGEA in fighting for their workers for collective bargaining agreements? And in particular, especially as someone who has come out of HGEA Unit 3 for our central dispatch. We were able to move ocean safety officers out of Unit 3, and 2 times since I left, they've got new units. What is the strategy? Because it is unsustainable, and it was unsustainable long before this bill came along. And I'm not seeing any light at the end of the tunnel for HGEA. Like, UPW went a separate way, which was not steps. Like, what is the strategy? What are you asking for when you go into collective bargaining? Because it is unsustainable, and it's been unsustainable, the whole civil service process, for a very, very long time. I know people that can get an outside job in the time it takes to...
we need clarifying questions. You're making a speech, so...
waiting for
Ms.
the
Russ,
answer.
in between your... Yeah.
Thank you. I'm ready to answer,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you.
Councilmember Paulton, your answer is within your question. We are dealing with an archaic salary system. The union has the obligation to fight for raises. But if you're already starting with a salary that is not competitive, no increase is going to create a sustainable living or a livable wage. So the first answer is that the initial pricing, which excludes the unions, needs to be looked at, right? When you look at Chapter 89, unions are excluded from initial pricing, which means the entry rate of salaries. That is the system that needs to be overhauled, reformed. And we have called upon each DHERD director to look at this and come up with creative ways to reclassify employees. The crisis that we're experiencing is going to get worse unless we look, like Director Raz said, we look attractive, competitive. So while we're not against these raises, we are against what it's going to do to the workforce. And we're urging the employer to look at a different way to view what's going on. It's not the raises, it's initial salary placements.
But if that's what you've already been doing and it's not working, I'm asking, what is the strategy going forward? Because it sounds like you've already approached each D-herd. Like, what are you going to do differently that will get us that initial pricing that is a living wage? Because the whole system is gonna implode with or without this thing, and we only have 2 years. I've seen our staff get let go at the end of 2 years with no notice, no nothing, just because their contract was up. That doesn't happen for HGEA.
Absolutely, it doesn't, and because the protections are different from from who is in Office of Council Services as opposed to who we represent.
So the question is, what are you doing differently?
Right. So we do what we are allowed to do within the law. We can take salary raises and increases to arbitration, but where has an arbitrator done a wow factor? When the employer offers 4%, have you ever seen an arbitrator give us 8%? It doesn't happen. And one of the main reasons why is because the EUTF premiums are not allowed to be talked about in arbitration, which is another strategy ACA has addressed for decades. Reform the fact that EUTF cannot go to arbitration. Our only out is arbitration. We cannot strike like some units can. UPW can still strike in Unit 1. We cannot strike. Arbitration is our out. But there has been no arbitrator that has given us the wow factor on salary increases. So when you ask me what our strategy is, we have done what is allowable to us within the confines of Chapter 89.
So the clarifying question to that answer is, Chapter 89 is a law created by the state legislature, and you guys have a political action committee. Do you bring in the state legislature to change the law when it's election season? Because that's the crux of the issue. That law is not working for our collective bargaining. And if you've tried that for decades and we're trying to work within the confines of the law and the law is not working, the legislators that you endorse are the ones that have the ability to change the law. So is that a part of your strategy?
Yes, Councilmember Paulton, that is a part of our strategy. And you know just as well that we bring in legislators to talk about our issues all the time. And when it goes up to for a vote, maybe sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. We have had victories over many years. HCA has been in existence 95 years. So in 95 years, if you look at what people got before to what we got today, it's substantially different. Every political season will yield a new politician we have to work with, and will also yield the issues that are the most pressing.
Okay, I haven't really been invited in recently, in the past where like a lot of efforts were made. I forget who used to call me up, but I haven't really been pursued for that kind of thing. So I just was wondering if you're still doing it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Johnson has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rust, for joining us today. I just have to say that, I was raised in a union family. My single mom was a construction worker in a 400-man union back in the 80s when there wasn't women in construction. So I'm a supporter of unions, and thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you.
I just think, now my clarifying question is why wait until after collective bargaining? I'm really surprised that when I have had talks with the unions, when I said, let's lift up the bottom folks because they don't make any money and they can barely live. And the pushback I got from unions was, well, then we would have to lift up everybody's weight. And I said, yes, a rising tide lifts all boats. That's the feature, not the bug. And now I'm understanding the pushback from the unions. I've never in my lifetime would imagine unions pushing against higher wages. It's shocking to me. So I want to know why you would say that waiting till after collective bargaining would give you a better position. You said that it's ridiculous for us to go in and ask for, when we're saying 4%, it'd be ridiculous for ask for 8%. You're giving up your position of negotiation by doing that. Wouldn't you throw the long ball, go deep, and try to and negotiate back down, as opposed to just saying, well, we just want the crumbs? That doesn't make any sense to me. So why wait until after the collective bargaining?
First of all, Councilmember Johnson, you and I did have talks about raising the bottom half. And I don't remember anywhere in there for HGEA specifically that we would have come against raising any salaries. But how we did it was the crux of the issue. Submitting a bill for the employees we were talking about at the time was not the proper way. It's collective bargaining. That's what the law allows for. So we are never against raises. We're against the process by which these raises are given. It needs to be done in accordance with the law. The second part of your question is asking me why wait after collective bargaining. It's not a matter of putting us in a better position, because we have offers on the table that we are not publicly talking about right now. It will soon eventually come out, maybe later this week. But the offers are nowhere near this. So waiting for you guys to see, you council members, to see what we actually get, as opposed to what is being proposed, is important. You guys, by putting this bill in now, raising salaries now, and then when we get what we get, you guys are going to create dissension in your workforce, not our workforce, our members.
Thank you, Ms. Rust. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Cook.
Aloha, Ms. Ross. Thank you for phoning in. And my clarifying question, is there anything that the Department of Personnel Services could be doing to raise up the pay from the bottom, changing the categories, et cetera, et cetera?
Thank you, Councilmember Cook. Yes, and I think that goes directly back to what I had referred to. The salary, the pricing of jobs are archaic. A review of all job descriptions, a review of what is being given nationally needs to be had. And there are processes for that to be done, for DPS to look at each job description and determine, are they getting compensated fairly and competitively?
So that's a DPS, my clarifying question. It's a Department of Personnel Service ability.
I would say yes.
They're not necessarily limited by the union to do that. That's basically an in-office decision management deal.
Yes, it is. When you look at compensation and classification and compensation according to the law, it is not within the union's purview, because that is the initial pricing. The union is only responsible to get the raises thereafter. So if we have a higher jumping board, what we bargain for will bring people up to livable wages. So it is, yes, it is within the employer's control to start doing better initial pricing.
Thank you very much. That's my questions, Chair. Mahalo.
Thank you. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Russ. Can I ask, when was the last time HGEA had a contract negotiation? And at that time, what was the percentage raise increase for the thousands of employees?
Okay, good question, Council Member. So our last one was for contract year April 2021 to 2025. As you know, that was a lot during COVID. We didn't ratify our agreements until 2022. Each unit gets a little bit different, but I'll give you an example of Unit 3, which is your largest unit within county. For the contract year 2021 to 2025, now keep in mind, we ratified in 2022. So they got retroactive lump sum bonuses of $1,000 for the year 2021.
Okay.
That does not count towards their retirement, okay? Then October 2022, they got 3.72%.
3.7.
July 1st, yeah, 3.72%. We call it an ATB, across the board raises.
Okay.
July 1st, 2023, they got a 5% ATB. July 1st, 2024, they got a 5% ATB.
5%?
That is for Unit 3.
Okay.
Yes, for Unit 3, for the last contract period. We are currently right now in our new negotiation period for contract year 2025 to 2029.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Sinensi, you have a question? No? Anybody else? Okay. So I have a quick question for you. I'm sorry we kept you here so long, but it sounds like you have a lot of perspective. So are you saying that it would be a possible idea, by just listening to what you said, to get and have our personnel department sit down with union, you departments, or individual departments, and look at all of the current job descriptions and make sure that they are representing the employees that hold those positions? What is your creative idea to move us forward?
That would be the first start, is to first start at the bottom of the pay scale, right? Because those are the ones that are most needing review. So start at the bottom and look at the job description, and some job descriptions are old. It may need to be revised to exactly what people are doing. If there is a revision, there could be a salary adjustment. And that's where I would start first, is looking at the bottoms, making sure what they are actually doing is what is written, and then determining if a compensation adjustment needs to be given. First step, and move up the chain as you go. Look for shortage areas, places where, for example, MPD dispatchers, they are hit since 2018. When I was working in Oahu, I came to handle the issue here for their differential. It is a long time. At one point, there were 9 dispatchers answering 24/7 calls for the county of Maui. And luckily, the department and the employer recognized it and started instituting differentials. So look for areas where there have been historic shortages and institute differentials. I'm not a huge proponent of differentials because they do not count in retirement, but let's get something to them for now. So those are 2 creative things that we could start to do.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions for Ms. Rust? Okay. See none. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, here's Member Rollins Fernandez has a question for you.
Hello, I'm in my vehicle alone on the side of the road. Okay. Aloha, Ms. Rust. Mahalo for your testimony and for answering a lot of our questions today. You're correct that this is not routine. This salary is what is needed across our county. But as you know, we don't have direct control over the salaries of civil service, as we've been discussing. Council and admin have been working around the shortcomings of the collective bargaining agreements by providing our employees sign-on bonuses, retention bonuses to try to increase their pay, because the cost of living on Maui is ridiculous. And you pointed out correctly that we have so many vacancies, and part of it is because of the salaries aren't competitive enough to provide them a living wage. My understanding is that HGA can have the raises apply retroactively, and the salaries to match the cost of living here. So Can HGA tie the salaries for Maui County employees to the cost of living of an area, because it's so much more expensive to live on Maui than the other counties?
I am going to tell you that I don't think so. Because we bargain in a unit. So we have unit 3s across the state, Kauai to the Big Island. And I hear you, council member, that Maui's cost of living is ridiculous compared to the rest of the state. We're not oblivious to that, but when we bargain for unit members, so you have unit 3 members in county, and then you have unit 3 members in state. We cannot separate that. They're one unit. So my initial answer would be, I don't think we can separate due to a region, but maybe we need to find something out because we have salary adjustments for people who work in rural communities like Hana. Maybe we need to do something like that. Maybe the employer needs to come up with some sort of adjustment for Maui County residents. Employees.
My time on the council, anything is possible. Anything and everything is possible. Let's make it happen. And HGA members should be pissed, and they should rally at the Capitol and demand that the state make sure that they get fair wages. Mahalo.
Okay, anybody else have questions for Ms. Rust? Thank you very much for speaking out for your members. Appreciate it. And
Thank you for your time.
Okay. So next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Tamara Sherrill, to be followed by the Royal House of Hawaii. Tamara, we do see you online. You would just have to unmute in the top right corner of your screen.
Maybe somebody can help her. You can call in. Okay, we're gonna go to the next testifier, and maybe the staff, can you contact her to get her the number to call in so we can hear your testimony? Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Chair, we're not seeing the Royal House of Hawaii online, so we'll move to the next testifier, and that's Georgia Pinsky on Teams, to be followed by James Langford. I apologize, I don't see Georgia Pinsky on Teams anymore, so we'll move to James Langford.
Aloha. I'm James Raymond Charles Sievert Langford, a sovereign. I just wanted to make sure that I submitted some e-comments to you folks in writing, and they probably require executive session to discuss. So I was hoping we could schedule that perhaps this afternoon to discuss my testimony under the rules of the council. Please.
So do you have testimony or no? You don't have testimony.
The testimony's in writing, and I believe it would require executive session to discuss.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's in line with I'm testifying on the salary raises, I believe, Bill 49.
Oh.
So it directly relates to that and disclosures within the Bill 49 framework. Thank you, Ms. Hodgins. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to need a call back on that because I have federal paperwork to file, and this is obstructing the justice. I was attacked for the information that I presented, so I really need y'all to talk to me about this today. Thanks. You've been legally informed, and I'm ADA protected, so you have less than 72 hours from when I sent the notice to discuss it with me. Thank you. Any questions? That's how the law works.
Do you have any comment for that, Mr. Hanano?
Chair, there's no agenda item for going to executive session, so we can't
Yeah, I know.
consider that at this time.
But his statement, like he's threatening us, he's going to file something against us?
There's no threat. I'm just informing the law, ma'am. I'm sorry you feel threatened. I have a paperwork to file. How is that a threat?
He can submit or file whatever he wants.
It's been filed through the e-comment to be discussed today. As it says on the website, this is the best place to testify. If you look at your e-comment section.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
how are we going to handle this legal demand? Are you going to blow it off and obstruct justice, or are you going to not? I need to know.
Okay, members, anybody have questions for him? No? Okay. Mr. Hanada, you have anything to say? We're going to close this.
Are you going to obstruct justice or no, Mr. Hanare?
If he submitted something
In writing. And to the clerk via email every day for the past, since I was attacked. So I've been ignored 100 times. The tort on that is really expensive, by the way, sir.
I don't know exactly what he's talking about, but whatever he submitted will be looked at and responded to.
Okay, you had 24 hours to do that with an ADA-protected whistleblower who, yeah, thanks. So you
Thank
all
you.
are, legally been informed. I'm sorry. Yeah, I need you guys' help doing the right thing.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you.
All right, next testifier, please.
Chair, we'll return to Tamara Cheryl on Teams to be followed by Ann Princess Tamayo in the chamber.
Oh, there. Okay, we can see you. Can you speak?
Law Makako.
Oh, very good. We can hear you now.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. Law Chair Sugimura, Vice Chair Kama, council members, thank you. I'm Tamara, Executive Director of Maui Nui Botanical Gardens, located in Kaului at the Old County Zoo site, across from the War Memorial Stadium. We've been open to the public for 5 days a week for the last 24 years, and I'm here to testify in support of the $150,000 line item grant with Department of Agriculture. So we welcome about 15,000 visitors a year, the majority of which are Maui residents. We're especially proud of the crops cultivars collection that we have grown here over these past 2 decades, more than 100 historic Hawaiian varieties of kalo, oala, ko, ava, maya, which we grow and maintain and distribute at cost or for free to residents. We do not allow these cultivars to leave the state. There's so much work still to do to be done to verify and conserve these old crop varieties, which are part of Maui's history, way before hula, way before other traditional Hawaiian arts even developed. Every day we are fielding emails, visits, and phone calls multiple times a day asking questions about landscaping with native plants, growing these canoe crops, and this demand, of course, has grown very, very much in the last 2 years because of the fires, because of the economy, because people care, and this is something that they have been caring more and more about over the last 2 decades. So last year we had 180 volunteers, 3,000 hours they donated. We held 27 different workshops on topics like recognizing ohia varieties in the field, growing and processing Hawaiian ava varieties, taste testing different kalo varieties. We have big community events, annual events every year, Ho'omau, La'ulu, Arbor Day. We donated more than 5,000 plants to Maui residents, and last year we hosted 63 school groups and field trips and made 70 seed collection trips. We still have a seed storage facility that's storing wild collected native species for 43 different Maui conservation partners. And most recently, we really improved the leased area, finally, owned by Department of Parks and Recreation by building a new nursery with 2 new storage and work area buildings and replacing a large area of hazardous asphalt with new ADA compliant sidewalks. So mahalo for your attention.
Thank you very much. I see Maui Nui Botanical in the ag budget for $150,000.
Correct.
On page 3 of Bill 41. Thank you very much. Anybody have questions for her? See none. Thank you very much for all that you do. Next testifier, please.
Mahalo.
Chair, the last testifier is Ann Princess Tamayo in the chamber.
Aloha and good morning, council members. I am Ann Princess Tamayo, and I am here on my personal time. I work at the Department of Finance for 10 months now. First of all, I enjoy working here and I appreciate the challenges that my position provides me every day. Though I am grateful for the professional opportunities that Maui County offers me. I am not sure if I will be able to survive the current pay that we have. I am all in favor of the OCS employees having a raise. But how about the rest of the county employees? Don't you think the rest of us deserve a 30% raise too? I used to work at a private sector and I came to the county because I heard of the great benefits that the county offer. However, when I received my first paycheck, honestly, I cried. It's barely enough to pay my rent and buy food for my 4 kids as a single mom. This 30% would definitely a big help for the rest of the county employees. I ask that please be fair to the rest of the county employees. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
Chair, the Royal House of Hawaii has rejoined on Teams, so we'll circle back to them. They are unmuted on our end.
I'm testifying. Aloha, I'm testifying as a Lorio land tenant and Royal Patent tenant, Heva Hello 3237 Apanatu. All the decisions being made and all your guys' jurisdiction is all illegal in my Papa's kingdom. And the laws everybody should be abiding by is Kamehameha III's Constitution and all his laws that he created. And no Heva descendants has been talked to or no discussion has been disputed with us with any development in the meets and bounds of the boundaries of Heva Hello 3237. And you guys need to round up all the beneficiaries of every single royal patent and allodial title because all Hawaii is allodial title, which is foreign allodial titles. And Fata and Elon versus Nielsen, America and the illegal state does not have jurisdiction, power, or authority over our decisions and is participating in a silent genocide onto my Papa's people. And and there's no discussion with us, period. And you gotta round up every single royal patent in every ahupua'a, no matter. And it's all illegal if there's decisions being made on top of our kingdom. And God bless you guys.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Next testifier, please.
Chair, that's currently all the individuals signed up to testify. Would you like me to do a last call?
We have a testifier approaching the podium.
It's me, Jer. J.C. Lau. Aloha Ka'aha Ke Kalana o Maui. Department of Agriculture. Yeah, we need them. I support their proposed budget. And thank you, Mr. Mike Molina, for coming in here. It reminds me of the Jones Act. And this last testifier was right on time. Kingdom of Hawaii, Queen Liliuokalani, Royal Line. The Jones Act they put in after she died. And that was a plot to make money from the sugar cane without paying taxes on it. So that's very relevant to the situation with the United States president. If anybody ever out there doesn't know about the Jones Act, it's we have to get American ships in Hawaiian ports. And China's right on the other side, so how come they got to get American ships to come to Hawaii? I don't know. So I'll switch on over to OCS. I'm not sure why both departments were here at the same time today, but that's not up to me, Madam Sugimura. I fully support, even if you guys can find any pennies laying around, well, not pennies, but the King Kalakaua pennies laying around, they're probably worth a lot more than Hawaiian pennies. To fully support the OCS budget request, because mainly they have to deal with me every day. But it's not about me, it's about big brother David Rotz over here. Big things come in small packages. And I mean, he's big brother, he's watching everything. I've been through a dozen budget seasons now with the county council, and this seems to be the most stressful one. If that's the correct term, I wouldn't say stressful, but it's, you know what I mean, Chair. So in conclusion, 1883 Kalakaua sent Klaus Spreckles, well, he didn't send him, but he made a deal with him to get some Hawaiian currency going on. So I encourage the council to look at that option, and the finance department also. Thank you.
Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Any more testifiers?
Chair, we have no other individuals signed up to testify. Would you like me to do a last call?
Yes, please.
This is the last call for oral testimony. Please come up to the podium or raise your hand on Teams if you would like to testify. The countdown is 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, no one has indicated that they wish to testify.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Too excited. Oh, thanks. Okay, so we're going to then close public testimony and receive written testimony. The responses for letter and responses for Department of Ag is Granicus number 8 and again number 80. And thank you very much for finishing your responses to us. So members AG1 and AG2, 3 for this department. I'm going to start off with member Kama and go down and have 3-minute questions.
Thank you, Chair. So, thank you for being here. So, in your key activity goals and measures under Goal 1, Objective 1, regarding increased knowledge and awareness of grant proposal writing and departmental grant programs and other financial resources, a success measure in the number of grant workshops conducted during the fiscal year. In FY25, the department estimated 3 workshops. How many workshops are held to date? And why is the department only planning 2 workshops in FY 2026? Is there less demand or interest in grants? And this is on page 106 in your program budget.
Chair?
Yes.
Mahalo, Councilmember Kama, for the question. Yeah, I made a mistake on answering all of workshops. We're looking at conducting 4 next year. We didn't have any workshops from July up until the current point, but moving on forward, we look at putting on a workshop on Molokai, Lanai, and 2 over here on Maui this coming fiscal year. Mahalo.
Is there an interest from our farmers in wanting to learn to do grant writing, or are they just saying, you guys do them, we just like farm?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a huge need for grant writers and that's coming from our farming community.
Okay.
That is true.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the department offers an agricultural micro grants program. The description of the program in the budget stresses the need to equitably distribute county funds to applicants with the preference given to socially advantaged, such as women and Native Hawaiians. For the current FY25, how much in grant funding has been awarded to women farmers or farmers who are Native Hawaiian? And this is page 113 on your program budget.
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, Mahalo for the question. The current fiscal year 25 hasn't been awarded yet. They're still going through deliberations. But I do have the answers for fiscal 24, where we had 88 women-owned farms, up to $2 million, and then Native Hawaiian farmers, so 39 Native Hawaiian farmers were funded.
Do you perceive that number increasing as we go forward?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, it's almost noon, and I wanted to suggest to take an hour-and-a-half break. You want to do one round of questions and then do a lunch break? One round of questions. Okay. So we'll do one whole round, 3 minutes each, and then we'll recess for lunch.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go.
Okay. Thank you. No Chair Lee, so Member Paulton.
I got 2 questions, so I might talk fast and cut you off when I'm got that answer. For Member Kama's one, what was that total if 88 was women and 39 was Native Hawaiian? Was there some intersection, and what was the total number awarded? And then the rest of my questions will be going off of Ag 2 April 7th correspondence.
I think you in the house with me with David Daly and Miss that. Let me find that answer and then I can get back with you.
Yeah,
That's
I
okay?
can get it in writing. That's cool.
Thank you.
For question 8 on that document, what was the HGEA deadline to respond on the admin rules?
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Paulton. We have not developed our, excuse me, admin rules yet. We're working on amending the Maui County Code, Chapter 22, Agriculture, and also the Bill 160. Then we will be looking at developing the rules.
Oh, I thought.
But we did develop our House rules, which is different than.
What is the deadline for them to respond on the House rules?
I don't have an answer for that. We've been in communication with them back and forth with the draft from August. And we're still waiting for a response from the union.
Okay, so no deadline for HGA's response. And then for your answer to on page 9 about the Kula Ag Park Committee, like it sounds that, you know, it could maybe not be a board and commission type of committee. We already have an ag working group, and then there's no sunshine law requirements and quorum, and they just meet and discuss as they want. So it sounds like that could be something alternative to the Kula Ag Park Committee. The response about the change in code, I was wondering, what was the pathway forward on that? Did you want to work with a council member to introduce amendments to MCC Chapter 2204A? Or were you going to work with Corp Council and submit it from the mayor through Chair Lee? Like, what was your path forward?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So first of all, the function of the Kula Ag Park Committee was appropriate in the early years during the development of the park and establishment. But with the UMAP expansion being planned, the code needs amending due to the ambiguity in the chapter that is unclear if it pertains to Kula Ag Park or the UMAP expansion. So our plan is to move forward and work with Corp Council on the first draft of the amendments, and then we will be including Council Member Sugimura.
Yeah, we're in discussions.
Okay. And then
the bill went off. Yeah?
Okay.
Okay. Member Cook.
Thank you all for being here. This is kind of a follow-up from our previous meeting about the desire to put funding in for grants, and I was looking at on the answers of how many positions were filled in FY 2025 that were not expansion positions, and 1 grant management program specialist, 3 was filled with an emergency hire as we continue to recruit. And when I look at the professional services that were outsourced. So just sort of clarify to me where you're at with grant specialists hiring, how you're handling the grants, and has anything happened in the last month that you could handle and process the grant money that we would like to give to the department?
Yeah, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Cook, for the question. I can share a little bit on the status of our department right now. We did emergency hire for a grants management specialist finally in the last month, and we also brought in our brand new grants coordinator. So no pressure. This is Ana Mejia Vasconcelos. So we're happy to have her on board. Definitely understaffed in the grants department, and I think I talked about it last time in council, where getting the funding is one thing, but having the positions to administer these things hasn't been equal. So taking on more, I support, yes. However, it's ensuring that we get enough positions to properly administer, because we don't want to do a disservice to our community by getting the money and not being appropriately staffed to do it. Yeah.
Very good.
May I add?
Please.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook, for the question. In the beginning of the department, in fiscal year 23, we did have a fourth GMPS, and we decided to reallocate that to become an administrative assistant because we needed the clerical support. And since then, we have grown, and also the interest in grant funding has grown in the public. So I think now is the time to have that consideration by the council, although we did not ask for it. But any more work that is going to be asked upon us, if we can fulfill it with our current staff, we will. But if we cannot, I am going to say that we are not going to accept any more funding unless we do have more support. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. And I just want to say how much I really respect your leadership in the department, because continually I have heard we don't need and won't accept money if beyond our ability and capacity. And it just shows real fiscal prudence and management. So I really respect hearing that. Would you accept an expansion position with, say, 4 months funding for that to enable you? Would that help the department?
Yes, it would help. With 4 months funding, we wouldn't be able to hire until the last quarter.
Okay.
And that class is already established.
Okay, so thank you for clarification. My only reason for limiting the funding was what I've heard before of how long it takes to kind of get it going. If you have no problem, I think it'd be great to fund for the full year, because so they could provide.
No, yeah, we don't have a problem. We've average develop and hire in 4 months average.
So that's not something asked for, but it's something that's needed and you would accept.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
So your timer went off. Okay. So next.
Pao.
He asked a couple of more questions for clarifying. All right, Member Uhajans.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being with us today. Like Member Cook, I do appreciate your answers about what you can reasonably handle. Deputy Director, last time I spoke to you, we were talking about some of the ag benefits maybe this county has that even you as a longtime farmer and now Deputy Director were not aware of. Have you been able to meet with the other departments and figure out how they can best capitalize and optimize all of the things we have for ag and its farms? And then have you let others know that they can take advantage of these too?
Okay, thank you for the question, Chair. Yeah, just a little bit historical context on the question. Prior to the department being established, agriculture had a role in a bunch of different departments. So early on with the establishment and coming on board with Director Arce, we're looking at, and we met many times, not many times, but a few times with the different departments to understand what their roles was, RPT, fire, planning, water, all of those have some type of duty and understanding definition of agriculture. This coming fiscal year, I think we finally, because of the recovery efforts, we never we haven't met as consistently as we wanted to. But this coming fiscal year, we did put in a position, which is a information research specialist that will help the department to gather all the information from all the different departments and help to streamline this information. And hopefully we can provide, and we're talking about RPT, water, other things, agricultural water rates, put it together in one space, in one place on our department website. So that is a goal for our department this year.
Okay, cool.
Anything I missed?
Yeah, I do like that you're gonna have it virtually, but when you do your workshops and you go and physically talk to all of the farmers, are you gonna maybe bring either that research specialist along or somebody from water, somebody from planning and RPT to like, here's the forms, here's what you do, and here's how you get a discount on your water, here's how you get a discount on your property taxes?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely one of the goals that we want to do. We do have an Ag Resource Directory. We were hoping to put in an Ag Resource Directory fair sometime in the fall. But for myself and for Director RC, outreach is a big thing.
Okay.
So having like clear communications with our community is
Oh, good.
Is
And
top
then
priority.
I see in your guys' responses, I think it's on page 12, where you're talking about the places you are going to market and promote your folks' department, and Maui Cattlemen's Association is one of them. I think the last time you folks were in front of us, I was talking about when I went to the Cattlemen's Convention on Hawaii Island. I hope to see you guys there too. I thought it was very informative, and you can have all of the intersectional parts of agriculture come together. So that'd be a great one for you guys to go to too, and I would love to see you folks there if I go this year.
Mahalo for the suggestion. We'll be there.
Yay.
Mahalo.
Thanks, Chair Powell.
Okay, very good. Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Department, for being here, Director, Deputy. Just a couple questions for your grants. For the agriculture operations, infrastructure, education, is that a competitive grant, or that funds will be utilized for specific programs?
Sure.
Yes.
It's competitive.
Oh, it is competitive, so people can come up. Okay, thank you for that. And then I did see a testifier this morning from the Maui Humane Society, and I know at the last meeting they had asked, or she did mention that there was some confusion about her. But at the last meeting they did request some increases in animal enforcement, sheltering, on Molokai, as well as the spay and neuter program. Have they contacted you about those issues?
Chair?
Yes.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Sinensi. They did not contact us since the transfer of the Maui Humane Society's grant programs. I believe the management wanted to allow for transition time and are wanting to streamline the animal programs. However, the Department of Agriculture should be focusing on livestock, and we haven't had much communication with that discussion, but we will try to do our best to manage that money if it doesn't get moved to somewhere else.
Right, this is more like for domestic animals and
Correct.
not for livestock here, so I can see the disparity, so, okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you. So one quick question, and then we're going to break for lunch. So tied to that, are you then saying that the Humane Society doesn't quite fit with Department of Ag? Your mission?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Ooh. So are you thinking that it shouldn't be in your department and should go somewhere else? And where?
Well, we'll take it on if management sees that it should be in our department, but we will need another person, which is what we just talked about. I wouldn't know what department would be the best fit unless it goes back to human concerns, but we will do our best to manage those funds and provide services, so they can provide services to our community, which is greatly needed.
Oh, interesting. So before this was made, were you informed of this switch?
Yes, we were told that these funds would be transferred over, and we were being prepared by management and also Human Concerns Department.
Interesting. Okay, thank you very much. I will now, Member Cook.
Chair.
Chair, apologies, this is staff. The chamber screen is unmuted. Oh, never mind.
Okay. Chair, would it be okay for us to do our final round of questions so that the Ag Department isn't, are we going to be here?
I was trying to break for lunch and then, take the hour and a half and then come back. And I mean, I think not unless you folks don't have very many questions for Department of Ag.
Yeah.
Oh, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Yeah.
Yes, you look like you're flying.
Yeah, I'm getting on the plane right now. Yeah, I'm boarding. But I have my questions.
Okay.
I think I can just do one round after I get on the plane.
Go ahead, ask your question.
You want me to do that?
Are you able to ask your question?
Wait. I'm getting on the plane. Yes. I'm getting on the plane at the minute. 1 minute.
Oh, fast. She's so familiar with Mokulele. Okay. So once she gets situated, members, you just want to do one more round of questions and then we can be done with Department of Ag. Okay. All right.
Okay, I just need one round. I'm good. Okay, so my first question is regarding grants. The Molokai Agriculture Grant, I asked about it last year, 100,000. Can you share what that ended up going for? And then I'm just gonna ask all the questions and then I have to go mute because they're gonna give us the instructions on strapping in and all that. So on-island composting to reduce risk of CRB and other invasive species. And then the farmer's micro grant. Mahalo to David Daly at MEO. At MEO, they listened to our feedback and immediately incorporated the suggestions into the process. Deputy Director Heva and I met with Mr. Daly to go over the application process and left feeling good about the current process and with so many more ideas, particularly to collect data to provide the information to show the return on investment.
Are you done?
100,000. It's 100,000 for data collection. Hold on.
I believe the question was about the 100,000 for the Molokai bucket, and that's still in place, and that doesn't restrict Molokai from not going after the other competitive funds.
No, that wasn't my question. What was the FY25 100,000 for Molokai Ag used for? And then the second question is, if I put 100,000 into the micro grants, farmers micro grant, would that be enough to collect data for the to show the return on investment after the multiple years of allocating funding to this grant program?
Yes, the 100,000 for the Molokai is open, competitive to any type of programs from island of Molokai. Definitely, we say yes to MEO and restoring that budget to help collect data.
Wonderful, mahalo.
Oh, boy, amazing then, right? Okay, anybody else have questions for one last round? Raise your hand. Member Paulton?
With HARF no longer being in existence, and how you were saying, like, you know, they were the one of the only ones that get animals from Molokai because they don't have a veterinary and like that. Like, kind of like invasive species. I mean, not calling people's pets invasive species, but you want to prevent like strays from reproducing. And so I was wondering if you supported giving the Humane Society what they're asking for spay and neuter, because it's prevention versus overpopulation. And it's like one way to solve the problem before it starts. I'm not sure if you met with them in the creation of your budget or if it was just a handoff, code handoff, and it's like, here, this is what we gave them last year, do it again. If your thoughts on that.
Okay, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, to answer your question, we would support that program, and we would give them what is indicated on the budget. And your second part of that question was?
I guess it wasn't what was indicated in the budget. They were saying that the cost or what they're asking for is more than what was indicated in the budget. And the question was if the handoff from Department of Humane Concerns to Ag involved conversations with the Humane Society, or if it was just, here's what they got, put it in your budget.
Yes, that it was a handoff, and I know there was communication recently about increasing, but I didn't see it in time. But I can have Budget Director continue on answering that. Thank you.
But you indicated that you're supportive of what's in there. Are you supportive of what they're asking for?
I don't know what the ask is, but I would support it if we get the funding.
Oh.
If you give us the
Put
funding,
it in there. Don't
that
take
one
your
we'll
money.
take.
Okay, got it. Okay, sorry to go ahead, Ms. Milner, if you had anything more.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Plum. I think Director RC ended up addressing the majority of your questions, so I will keep it short so we can go to lunch. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, you're done. Member Hodgins.
Thank you. Since we're talking about the Maui Humane Society grant, so you guys were voluntold that it was going to move to your department. Did they give you a reason?
Yes, we were told. I did see the reason in our responses, which we provided, and
okay.
yeah, and it was because management is trying to streamline agricultural programs that are in different departments and slowly merge them into our department since we've been created, and we understand that and we know about that, and I think they're doing it slowly so that we can transition into being able to efficiently manage those programs.
Okay. What page is it on? Because I don't see the connection between the Humane Society and, like, let's say the spay and neuter program and ag, unless we're doing some weird fertilizer.
We don't either, but it was something that we were told would be transferred to us. And like I mentioned earlier, we'll do the best we can to manage that program. And we've been prepared, and we've worked with Human Concerns on their processes to understand so that we're able to utilize the same process or even bounce back to them if we need any assistance.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other members have questions? See none. Okay, so just quickly, so my office will be, to answer Member Paulton's question about the Kula Ag Park and the changes that we will be proposing policy that I've been talking to the Department of Ag and with Corp Counsel, so we'll come forward with that when is the appropriate time. But it is in the works, and because of the new Ag Park, and there's, it's still growing, but it's still happening. Also, I just one quick question. So did you hear back from any of the congressional offices about the funding request that you made for the second Ag Park?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Are you referring to the $10 million that the state is matching?
No, the federal money. When I went to DC, I
Oh,
did
the congressional
hand out,
earmark.
Yeah.
All we heard was that the funding may not be awarded for any of the congressional earmarks, but we're still waiting for further instructions.
Oh, so okay, so you don't have final word either way then?
No.
Okay, that you would have heard from, I guess, management or the mayor's office regarding that for your write-up?
Yes, that's all we know of right now.
Okay. Thank you
I had
very
one
much.
follow-up question. On lot 30 and 31, you said they would be available this month for people to apply for, and I see the answer is citing code. I just was wondering for, all the farmers out there that might want to apply to it and don't have a section of the code handy as don't I, if you could give some guidance on people that might want to apply for lot 30 and 31 that's been cleaned up, like what's step one?
Sure. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So they can refer to the code, Maui County Code Chapter 22.02, I think, 0.04, and it's in 22. The basic process is to look for, be aware of the advertisement if they are on our list as interested individuals, which we are keeping track of. We are mandated to let them know that the lots will be available. And they would put in the application. The Kula Ag Park Committee would review, score, screen, and the recommendations would come to me. And I have final decision on award.
There's something in place currently that if they mess it up, like how we had to clean up, they're gonna be held responsible. And if we have to contract somebody to clean it up, we're coming for them to pay for the damages or destruction that was caused.
Thank you for that question. In each lease, there should be something like that. But if we, through our final review, which we are working on, looking at every lease, we will work with Corp Counsel to make sure that that language is in there.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, members, so with this time, I'd like to thank the department. Would you like to share any thoughts with us?
Yes, I do. The responsibility of developing a new department from the ground up presents a very different scope of work for myself and Deputy Director Heva compared to established departments. While we build the department's organizational structure, at the same time, we are advocating for the ag industry and agriculture stakeholders by developing programs to meet their needs, as well as working with council members to develop and push policies. Thank you, Budget Director Milner, and your team in preparing our department for this budget season. I want to commend our staff for advancing the mission of the department by creating and implementing programs for market development, for infrastructure and facilities development, for increasing access to capital, and for their expertise in food security, grants, advocacy, ag education, and field operations. Chair Sugimura and council members, I sincerely appreciate your time and attention this morning in considering the proposed Department of Agriculture's budget. Mahalo.
Deputy Director Heva, you want to say something?
Chair, yeah, thank you. How much minutes again? We'll get to lunch. No, I never have closing comments, but I was thinking of a few things, some suggestions, but also to talk about, as a Kanaka I noticed, but as in the agricultural sector, it's for far too long it's been under-prioritized and overlooked. So it really is the mission of the department to just bring that priority up within government and within our local community. So just kind of asking for that. Also, maybe suggesting council meetings outside in the open area, because sometimes for people like me, the guys from the land, I often gotta connect to something natural to be comfortable. However, when we in the chambers just that word alone, it puts us in a really uncomfortable position. And I know you folks know that as well. So maybe suggestions in the future, redesigning council meetings to maybe be in the open field so that we can actually connect to something that is natural in our environment, and to include our environment in the decisions that we make in these spaces, because far too often we make decisions that impact them, but we only talk about impacting our community of humans, but not the rest of our community. So I just wanted to mahalo and commend our staff who is out working and that are not up here as well, in the office, out in the fields. Mahalo for all the work that they do. Really small staff with a huge task to take on. I mean, I relate this to also the recovery work, but like the department is so small, really small ship, little navigational tools in a really rough condition. So I think now as we build staff and we build capacity in the department, we get the tools we need to go somewhere. And I think we all want to go somewhere, and I think we all have a common goal. But agriculture, I just wanted to bring that priority up again, just because ag touches every single person. Looking on the computer or our council members, every single day, food is cultivated by hands that you don't even know. So every single day, a couple times a day, and not just food, flowers for Mother's Day, all those types of things. So I want to give a shout out and aloha to our agricultural community, farmers and ranchers, and hopefully we can bring priority of ag. People talk about it, but are we actually valuing it like we should? And that's my closing comments. Have a wonderful day, wonderful lunch. Aloha kako.
Thank you. Department, just so you know, as one of my priorities was a question to you, is that the Maui County Farm Bureau was not listed as, or I don't know why there was a disconnect with your department. So I have their request, and I'm going to be putting it as a priority as they talk to, as they work with a lot of the other, or broad breadth of their agriculture spread. So, all right, members, at this time then, we're going to be breaking for lunch. I appreciate you staying on, and also department, thank you very much.
Chair.
So, Member Paulton.
Just a clarifying question. It's the same as the other departments. If we have written, we just get it in bed.
Always, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Member Johnson had questions, so we're going to ask him to submit it in writing because he had to leave to go to a blessing or something. But you'll hear from him. So 9 o'clock tomorrow, if any of you have questions for the department, please do submit it. And we'll be back here then. Is it okay at 2 o'clock? It's an hour and a half. Okay, thank you. This meeting is in recess. right, members, here we are. Thank you very much for coming back. It is now 2:07, and we will continue on with this meeting. We have Office of Council Services. I just apologize to David, our Office of Council Services Director and Deputy, that they were sitting there the whole time AG was in discussion, and I'm sure he could have used his time more wisely than to listen to us, so apologies. All right, so we are going to be talking about Office of Council Services. The members have 3 minutes, first round, and I'm going to start off with, is Chair Lee there? Yeah, Chair Lee. Member Kama's going to be joining us about 3:30, so. And then Member Paulton, Johnson, Rollins, Fernandez, if she's back, and then Cook.
Actually, I have no questions. Thank you.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ratz. You know, before they announced our raises, I was kind of going to start clocking my hours and make sure I make like, $20 an hour for the amount of work I do. And then they were saying, oh, you got this raise. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to clock my hours, and I'm going to keep on this slightly unsustainable pace of working all day, working all night, working on weekends and whatnot. And so I was wondering, with the raises for council services, I kind of feel similar. And I was wondering if the choice was between the raises and the VEP, because I feel like if you're getting the raise, I don't know that you have the time, effort, and energy to pursue a graduate program or what. So then what would be the choice?
Thank you, Chair, if I may. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. That's a great question. We haven't thought about that, in any management decisions. I like to consult with our management team. That's a fair question. I don't mean to dodge it, but I don't have an answer. And, I don't want to immerse ourselves too much in your policy deliberations as well. We have put forward some items for the body's consideration. And as much as possible, we like to defer to the body making those choices and not trying to exert too much influence.
Did you want to try answer in writing or just leave it to the policy situation?
Thank you, Chair, if I may. I'd be happy to leave it to the body's discretion, but of course, if we receive a written question, we'd be happy to answer it as quickly as we could. Thank you.
Oh, okay. And then, there was some testimony where they talked about the transparency of things. Would you liken, it's not quite the same as the private secretary policy in the secretary class of civil service, and then you have the private secretary as a non-civil. Is it similar to that where they don't have the continuity like civil service, and they don't have the same salary schedule, and it's kind of similar to that?
Thank you, Chair. I think, Councilmember, that's probably a fair summary. Yes, thank you.
And similar to the non-civil on the 9th floor as well. But it seems that while these salaries are posted, the 9th floor salaries are not posted and voted on in the same way.
Thank you, Chair, if I may. Thank you, Councilmember. We are in a little bit more of a fishbowl, for lack of a better term, in our office. We understand that when we sign up, we're part of a process that is very transparent, and I think that's mostly good. It does create some sensitivity and awkwardness, frankly, in some ways, but on balance, I think the transparency is a good thing, and we accept that that's part of our role.
And if we know the details from the budget details on the percentage jumps on other floors or private secretaries or what, we were told those were confidential, so we're not to say what those are.
Thank you, Chair. That might be a question that Corp Counsel would want to weigh in on, but my understanding, our office's legal team understanding is for executive branch salaries, at least in civil service positions, as opposed to, say, department heads, the salaries, exact salaries shouldn't be tied to a particular individual for privacy reasons. So,
Did you mean civil or non-civil?
in civil service, yeah, they have the privacy protection, as I understand it. So,
And then, but a lot of their appointees on the ninth floor are non-civil, right? They don't go through the civil service hire.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Member Johnson, followed by Member Rollins Fernandez. Excuse me.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Thanks for joining us today. I know you guys are busy. I have a question about the communication we've had. I don't know if you guys have heard or have you gotten any blowback from this, but I certainly have. I've gotten a lot of emails, a lot of upset people. Don't even look on the internet. I'm just going to say that. The blowback is strong. The testimony this morning, you know, this building has been rocked and shocked by this kind of increase in raise. So I want to ask you, Director Ratz, have you considered the blowback from this?
Thank you, Chair. If I may. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Before we move forward with this proposal, we knew there would be some negative reaction. The actual reaction that we received has been a little bit jolting to some of us, but I fully respect public commentary, whether it's in testimony or online or wherever. Again, that's part of the process of transparency. And I apologize if the council members feel they've been put in an awkward position. And, you know, I've personally retraced my steps over how we got to this point. And again, consulted with my management team, thought about what we could or should have done differently. We haven't really identified anything that we would have done differently, as much as we feel bad about the hurt feelings.
Well, I just suggest, you know, communicating, I'm only going to speak for myself. The body might feel differently. But for me, my team, we often skip OCS because of some of the product that we get back from you guys. Sometimes we got to recorrect mistakes. Some PAFs look like they were just done with a quick Google search that we, you know, and we've just been doing some of the work ourselves, which stresses myself and my team's capacity because we're doing more OCS work. So let me form this in a question, Director. If you do get a 30% raise, will I be able to expect an increase in, you know, production? I mean, is it just you catching up to where you think you should be?
Thank you, Chair. We have a very motivated, mission-driven staff. Nobody would be here in these roles if they didn't want to perform good public service. And I think irrespective of what anybody's salary is come July 1st, we will take the constructive criticism to heart and try to improve and do better. And we appreciate that feedback.
The takeaway from my line of questioning, Director, is just please communicate with me. I mean, there was one time I had a OCS staff member in my committee, and you guys just let her go. And I didn't even know until, like, it happened. You know, I would have, there was a time before where you guys would ask us feedback on the OCS, and then that stopped. And I know that there might be a reason behind that, probably because of well, whatever, you can speak on that. But I don't have any input now. It's just you guys hire and fire whenever you want, right? Isn't that how it works now?
Thank you, Chair. We do try to have a constant feedback loop with council members on staff performance. And I apologize if we failed in the instance that you're talking about. Communication is key. We emphasize that at staff meetings every week, if not every month, that council members need to know what we're doing. We worked for you, and you need to know exactly what's happening in your name.
You guys work for us, but you're going to make more money than all of us. I mean, even our staff. But either way, that's a different story, and my time's up. I know it is kind of this considered this is a part-time job. Doesn't make much sense to me, but okay. Thanks so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, aloha, Director, Deputy Director, mahalo for being with us. Okay, let's see. I'll start with comments and then I'll go to questions. I fully support the proposal that you sent to us, Bill 49. I did get an opportunity to speak about it before it was posted, and I said I fully supported it then, and I fully support all of our county employees getting appropriate raise so that everyone can have a living wage. It shouldn't be a race to the bottom. It shouldn't be crabs in a bucket dragging us all down so that we all stay poor until we get priced out of Maui County. That's not what I'm fighting for. That's not the quality of life that I'm fighting for our people. I knew that there was going to be blowback. Of course I knew there was going to be blowback. Expected it. Every time, every year. OCS always ends up being the scapegoat. Blame for other people's, the union's shortcoming, whoever doesn't, fight enough for the rest of our county employees to get a raise. My question is, I guess to clarify, because I didn't do the math all the way through. One testifier said that there was like a 45% increase in one of the steps. Would you be able to clarify that for us?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. I heard that testimony, and I don't think that's accurate. That doesn't equate with our math.
Okay, mahalo. And then in the Bill 49, it talks about the collapsing of the A, B, and C accounts. Could you please elaborate a little bit more on why that would be good policy for us?
Thank you, Councilmember. And this is another area that's a pure policy question for the council. And the council has made different decisions over the years in different council terms, different budget sessions on whether in the legislative branch realm it's appropriate to have those same types of restrictions. We generally believe more flexibility is helpful in the legislative budget, simply because the council doesn't have the ability to recognize new revenue on its own and propose a budget amendment during the fiscal year. But it's something that we've just put forward for the body's consideration, because again, there's been different viewpoints by the council over the years, and that was a response to just kind of murmurings I've heard throughout the fiscal year that more flexibility would be beneficial. Thank you.
Oh, perfect timing. Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Director.
Thank you. Member Cook, followed by Member Hodgins and Senesi.
Good afternoon, Director and Deputy. We met, and basically I felt that this was excessive. 2 years ago, I believe there was a small increase, and then last year there was an increase. The conversation that we've had, I want to say I mapped the conversation that we've had previously as far as like the appointed positions as opposed to civil service, wanting to have quality people, wanting to be able to maintain them. So I agree with all of that. My problem with this is the percentage. If it had been, I fully expected it. I think in a previous conversation, 6 weeks or so, when we went over the budget, I was expecting another 5% like increase. And I didn't have any problem with that whatsoever. I appreciate what OCS does. Nothing's perfect. I'm far from perfect. But I have a real big problem with the percentage. And I think that the blowback on that is kind of justified, took a lot of people by surprise. So I'm supportive of OCS. I'm not supportive of this particular increase. My question is, was it done by a committee? Like, who, what, when came to meet and determine that OCS was going to propose this pay raise?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. It was OCS management team moving quickly, I would say. We got notification of the Salary Commission action on March 28th. I think that afternoon, Corporation Counsel sent their bill, which is very routine, to have their staff attorneys' pay scale in the code go up by the same percentage. That triggered our normal response, which I believe we've done every time we've gone through this scenario, to have our attorneys match Corp Counsel and prosecuting attorneys so that the three offices that have licensed attorneys would have the same pay scale. And that's been a longstanding council policy. It is purely a policy choice, but to allow the body to consider perpetuating that policy, we quickly started working on that legislation. And simply because we looked at the numbers for legislative attorneys and compared it to the rest of the staff, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we saw that we would have a widening disparity in pay across the organization, which I didn't feel comfortable with not addressing and putting forth a suggestion to the body. There's nothing scientific or magical about that particular number that we came up with. It's lower than the attorney's percentage, a little bit higher than the council member's percentage, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Uhajas, followed by Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. Before I begin, you know what we forgot to do is have me read this summary from last night. Do you want me to do that now? And then I can ask questions, or do you want me to do that at the end of the meeting?
Is that all right with David? Okay.
Okay. So last night we had a really nice turnout. We had 31 residents at Makawao Haiku Paia Residency budget meeting. We heard from members of our community, including our youth, many organizations, highlighting the importance of supporting youth programs, food sustainability, social services, environmental protection, cultural activities, and of course, the arts. There was widespread support for MEO Head Start, of course, STEM Works, Punana Leo, the Boys and Girls Club of Maui, and all of the opportunities that these groups provide for our youth and their safe spaces to learn, places where they can succeed. We heard from the Maui Farmer Support Network and the importance of food sustainability, grow some good, share the value of promoting healthy eating through schools, and what kind of education our children get from touching the earth. I think even Deputy Director Heva noted something quite similar to what we heard last night. I will say, separate to these notes, the Maui Farmer Support Network, when they were talking about their tool library and their tool repair, I thought was really interesting. And I didn't ask last night, but I wonder if they do small engine repair. My husband, now I realize from yesterday's testimony, can probably be qualified as a farmer. I don't call him a farmer. I think he's like a part-time guy with a nice yard. But he constantly gets into issues with his lawnmower and his small engine equipment. So listening to them, how they support each other, because if not, it's an expensive repair. Anyways, I digress. Residents expressed concern about road safety, the need for roadway improvements, spoke about everyday challenges living on Maui, needing tax relief, rental support, and housing assistance. Malama Hamakua continues to do their fantastic work stewarding open space lands, and the Maui Nui Marine Resource Council continues their critical environmental projects on Maui County. Residents shared how they continued support for the Makawao Rodeo Parade, help keeps our tradition alive, and our local arts program to the Maui Film Office keeps our residents engaged in how they want to have them considered blue-collar work. Restoring the Paia Sugar Mill will benefit Paia and the entire community, And overall, I think one of the things I learned last night is a lot of the people that we work with have never been to Tin Roof. So I'm really glad we got to support our local chefs and eat at Tin Roof. So we don't have to be brand new. For future reference, it's best to order online because the lines are usually long. But anyways, that's the summary from last night.
All right. It was very different than last year.
And special shout out to Parks for helping us break down, and they always stick around late at night for my meetings and help break down. So I always like to mahalo them. They're awesome people.
Yeah, it was very good. Okay, so we were all there. It was a good meeting, good food, you're right. Great community.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Okay, questions.
OCS. Thank you, David and Michelle. OCS.
Thank you for that little sidebar. I did not have the luxury to meet with you guys before this hit the floor, so all of this is a little bit new to me. We did have a quick meeting, David, where I asked if you could maybe provide us the breakdown of the previous raises that OCS has received. I think we were discussing maybe last year was 4%. Was it the year before that was also 4%, and then another year was 8%? Do you have that, or do you know? I think when we were discussing, you're like, let me get back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think, and I'm sorry we didn't get back to you yet on that. Over the last 2 fiscal years, I believe there was an 8% across the board and a 4% across the board.
Okay, and then this year would have been another 4, without Bill 49.
I don't think we requested another 4% across the board. It would have just been routine step increases. Those across the board pay increases were unusual.
Okay.
Where there was a separate ordinance enacted that was different than the normal annual step. So our original proposal, the one that's in Bill 41, would just allow for the routine annual steps.
Okay, you guys have annual steps.
Yes.
County government is kind of new to me. I worked in private sector before this. The only touch I had with county government is my husband being a fireman, and they take 3 years to have a step. The first 3 years, as I learned, they get a step every 2 years, and then they get 1 step every 3 years. So OCS has an annual step raise.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. That's the basic plan. In reality, it hasn't always worked that way. There's been some terms where there have been step freezes.
Okay.
There's even been furloughs.
Okay.
And so that is the normal plan. Yes.
And then Bill 49 and your 30-ish% across the board raise, is that before or after the annual step raise proposed in Bill 41?
The 30% would be compared to what's in the code now.
What's in the code now?
Yeah, so Bill 41 doesn't change the code.
No, but Bill 49, does it acknowledge the increase, the amount proposed from Bill, from 26 proposed? And then is it an additional 30% to what's proposed? Because nearly everybody in Bill 41 got a raise, except a few people that's recognized, which is you two in front of us. And it looks like maybe a few that were empty, or vacant, rather, not empty. So does the 30% start from what's proposed in 26, or the 30% starts from what you guys were paid in 25?
We might need to look at a specific example. I'm not sure we're getting exactly what you're looking at.
Okay, I'm sorry if I'm not making myself clear. So Bill 49 calls for 30% raises.
Well, it calls, if I can just respond, thank you. It calls for the pay scale that's in the county code to go up by 30%.
Okay, so is that starting from the 2025 adopted amount or the proposed 2026 amount?
Well, it's starting from what's in the code, so it's not really, it's not looking at any annual budget ordinance per se.
Okay.
So it's looking at what's in the code as of today.
Okay, that's a 25 then.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I heard the bell.
Okay. Member Sinensi?
Mahalo, Chair, and thank you, David. Just for clarification on what Member Uhajan said, so the 30%, the step remains, but the 30% changes. I mean, everybody just goes up 30%, and so everybody is at a different step, and then they can continue that continues from the new raise, and they can continue from there.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I just wanted that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
So you're done?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much, Director. And on the program so that you can have further education, right? And did you also say you're going to offer it to the staff for the council members?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That is a question we got in writing, and it came up in some of our discussions with council members. We think that's a great idea. It can be, if it's successful, this pilot project, I think, can provide a lot of benefits to bolster the capabilities of a lot of folks in the executive branch. So, if the body approves it, we'll have to develop some standards on, if we get a bunch of people interested, how we're going to prioritize it, what would be an eligible program. There's details to look at. We can look at some examples in the executive branch where they have similar programs. But yeah, the short answer is we think that's a really good idea. Thank you.
So when you're putting this together, since you still need to formulate it if it does get approved, I always had a question, even with the administration. So somebody goes off and does a sabbatical. Then what happens when they come back? Are they obligated to then give time back to the county? Or is there some kind of accountability that you can describe?
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you brought that up. We would not be proposing a sabbatical program. So back to what Councilmember Paulton was alluding to, this would be educational endeavors that would happen on the employee's own time, is what we're thinking, at night, on the weekends. That's how a lot of these new hybrid programs at universities have set up are structured. It's for working people. So that's a key distinction between what some executive branch employees are allowed to do. I understand they essentially have return rights when they go away on an approved educational sabbatical, but that wouldn't be an issue for us.
Oh, okay. So it's different.
Yes.
I shouldn't use the word sabbatical, right? It sets you off in a vein that you're not talking about. But I guess when you put it together, will you then discuss it with the members for review?
Absolutely. And, we may even want to adopt formal policies that maybe the council chair would issue, or maybe even for transparency, have it in a resolution or in an ordinance, just so the body is on board with what we'd be doing. Thank you.
Okay. And I can see the merits of it based upon some of the talent that, we see in OCS as well as in our offices. One of the things that I think is different than maybe what little I know the other county employees is that I think we pay overtime to our staff. Is that correct? And who is eligible for overtime?
Thank you. We do have a policy of allowing overtime compensation for, I believe, everyone except the director, deputy director, and legislative attorneys.
So your supervisory personnel also get overtime? Besides what you just said?
With approval by myself. So they'd have to get pre-approval from the director, but that is possible.
Okay. And my office did have a chance to meet with you yesterday, and we had some questions. So I look forward to hearing your responses for that. I appreciate the work of OCS. I also think that the 30% was kind of a shock. Out in the community, even last night, I talked to somebody and they were talking about it, and their reaction was, my taxes has to pay for it, right? We're talking about the public and its perception as it is out there for being a lot in these times of us worrying about, the rebuild of my upcountry as well as, West Maui, and all of the challenges that we face, as policymakers, but for the residents of, our whole county and how we interact in, many different levels. The wildfire is one thing, but everybody is saying, other things that are coming up now. So I received that, and, it's probably in testimony that, is available and probably will come out even more, but that's kind of, a very similar kind of reaction that I just wanted to share with you, and you'll hear more about that from me. Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, did I see Shirley's hand up? You did. Okay, Shirley.
There's a glare on my screen, so I can't see if it's off. Sorry. I fully support the proposal. Every time there is a raise, there is opposition, always opposition, and criticism. In this particular case, I believe the reaction was greater, not because of what our staff proposed, but because what happened with the Salary Commission. They increased the administrators and deputies 30, in some cases 40, and in some cases 50%. So this is what happened. Under the circumstances, I feel that if the money is available, certainly the people deserve the raises because they work very hard and they have zero job security. Unlike civil service, they have zero job security. They might not even last the 2 years. So under the circumstances, people shouldn't compare them as equal. Our staff is not protected by civil service, nor a union, nor collective bargaining, nor anything else. So I feel that we should look at this in that light and also remember that we shouldn't rely on or have this idea that we should only consider 3%, 4%, or some little percent that will not cause any reactions. We should pay people for how they work and what they deserve and their commitment to the job. I think we should look at that and not be concerned about the outside chatter, because we are all taxpayers too. And many of their bosses are getting huge raises. There's no complaints about that. It's just our staff. And I think it's really unfair. And I'm hoping that everybody will look at it in that light and support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have any more questions? Member Paulton.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, one of the testifiers did mention the CR6, and you say that doesn't get any overtime as the legislative attorneys, zero overtime, it's just straight salary?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my next question is on the April 7th correspondence, page 5. Is there any update on the West Maui fire affected area public infrastructure road improvement and road extension master plan? It says the completion date is pending.
Yes, thank you. In fact, you'll get a memo on that perhaps this afternoon. It's in progress. Thanks for asking.
Oh, how exciting. And then the independent audit of the former finance director's account, is there a status update on that as well?
Thank you, Chair. That has been a real struggle for us. That's a charter mandate when a finance director leaves in the middle of a term for the council to commission an audit. We posted an RFP. We've been reaching out to CPA firms throughout the state. We have not yet been successful in executing a contract. It's a very high priority for us because it's a charter mandate. but that's also in progress, but we don't have anything definitive to report. Thank you.
And it's not something that we can request for help from the county auditor since we're encountering this difficulty?
We have consulted with them and they're not available to do that work.
Okay. And then was there a timeline in the charter mandate?
No, there isn't, but it's, because it is in the charter, we regard it as a high priority.
And then, you know, regarding the range of reaction from my colleagues and stuff like that, I think that there's a lot of things that are going on, like this reaching out to all the CPAs and trying to get an audit and not getting any answer on the RFP while in concurrently running the West Maui Fire Affected Area Public Infrastructure Road Improvement and Road Extension Master Plan audit. It could be helpful that we know all the work that is going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of. Because if I were to judge a salary amount based on what I see versus what I don't see, my reaction may be different. Like, all I see is, you know, things running somewhat smoothly. I know there's contingencies upon contingencies, but, you know, say everything ran smoothly and there was no contingency needed. I don't know the hours that were put into a contingency. And this is the first that I've heard that our legislative attorneys are on salary with no OT, because I see Miss Nakata all the time working. And I mean, I don't get OT or TA or TR anymore, and I miss it. Thank you.
That's a statement, then, no question. Anybody else?
That is a statement. I also miss other aspects of civil service.
Free time. Anybody else have any questions for OCS? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so what triggered this proposal was the action of the Salary Commission, and I support the Salary Commission's work. It took courage to make the decision that they did, and I support all the recommendations that they made. So because our past practice has been to keep all our county attorneys on par with each other, salaries. In looking at moving forward from here, in accepting the proposal or not accepting the proposal, one, our attorneys would not get paid the same amount as other county attorneys. Or two, OCS attorneys do get paid the same as the other county attorneys, but it significantly widens the salary gap within OCS. Is that a fair assessment of two of the options we have before us?
Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Because I heard in testimony that folks feel like left behind. And I don't want anyone in OCS that we have direct control over their salaries to feel left behind. Or, you know, for us to also struggle with hiring. We've been fortunate to be mostly fully staffed, while there are 600 vacancies in the administration. And, you know, as Member Johnson spearheaded the PALS staff salary, there's
when we were on Molokai, Darren shared with me that the line for the PALS positions, the line goes out the door now. So there is a direct correlation with salaries and filling positions. And I want, there's a lot of important work that we are all doing. And we only have 2 years to do it. And, you know, the electorate and our community is depending on us. And we depend on OCS to help us get that work done. And, you know, as vacancies, you know, occur, like I feel it. And thankfully our leadership, our OCS leadership is very quick in filling those vacancies, and it's because we're able to have competitive wages. I also received the emails that everyone else did, and I responded to the emails. One email said, if they get a raise, we should too. And I said, absolutely. And this council has tried to provide sign-on bonuses, retention bonuses, different ways to get around the collective bargaining agreement to try to retain our valued employees. And so, you know, unfortunately, we don't have control over civil service pay, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't provide the competitive salaries to the positions that we have direct control over. I think, yeah. I guess the last thing I'll say, and as a comment, not a question, is there's different taxpayer dollars, as we heard also in testimony at the hearings. There's resident taxpayer dollars, and there's empty homes, multi-million-dollar luxury mansions that we said we were gonna tax appropriately, that we need to be taxing so that our people can get paid enough to live here. Mahalo Chair.
All right, thank you. Member Hodgins.
Thank you. I want to ask some follow-up questions, even based on Member Rollins Fernandez was just saying. So I was looking at our proposed, well, rather your folks' proposed 2026 salaries. They seem competitive enough to me. Are they not competitive enough for you guys? Because you guys agreed to this before, obviously, salary commission. Is it not competitive in your opinion?
Thank you, Chair. I think they're competitive.
Okay. And so with the 30%, if Bill 49 does go through, discussing the widening disparity, OCS would be paid significantly more than the rest of the government counterparts. Yes? They're going into collective bargaining. I understand that. We have never seen a 30% raise in HGEA or UPW or anybody else. So realistically, we can expect that that's not going to happen. When we had Tony Rust here, that was my question, because I wanted to understand how this all works, which is why I asked the raises what you folks got before, where they got the 3.2, the 5%, and the 5%, which cumulatively looks about 13.72% over 4 years with a $1,000 bonus. And they probably should get paid more. Let me make that very clear. They should probably get paid a lot more than that. My point is that if we were to give an across-the-board salary increase of 30% of all county workers, we couldn't afford it. We couldn't afford it with the budget we have now. And I don't disagree that we can probably change our tax structure, but that would mean an increase in the budget of about $80 million in salaries. That's a lot of money. Yesterday we were discussing public works, or the day before, and finally the engineering pay schedule has changed. Finally, they have competitive wages. And right now, you take in the highest person at an EN 28, working here for about 25 years, for an engineer that has to design something like a road or a bridge is going to get paid 146, well, more like 147,000. That is what they're maxing out at after 25 years of service. After going to school, which I would support them to go to school, as we were discussing earlier, but that is it. That's their cap. And they just got that. They just got that. And I know that we are short engineers. And let me make it very clear. I love OCS staff. Every single one of you folks, I completely appreciate, and I don't disagree with anything that has been said on the floor today, but I couldn't do my job without you folks. I mean, my first meeting, Casey had to write me notes that says, gavel and move the mic close to your face. That is how specific and wonderful my notes were, and she is incredible. So I say all the things with just an understanding of how we got to this point and an understanding of where everybody else is and how this will affect the bigger picture. I know that we can only impact your folks' salaries, which is why I think you folks hopefully are paid well, and I wouldn't be opposed to a small salary increase, but 30% is quite big. That's all I have to say, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Any questions for OCS? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councilmember Sinensi was asking about the 30% on top of FY26, and that's what I'm looking at. You guys came, we had meetings about the salaries, and that was you guys' proposed. So this is 30% on top of the FY26 salaries. Is that correct, Ms. Director Ratz?
I think it's 25. Director, please answer, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. And the 30% figure is adjusting the salary scale that's in the code. So we just rely on Bill 41 in our proposal that's there. Without this Bill 49, we wouldn't be adjusting the pay scale at all in the code. We would have some salary adjustments based on routine step increases. Thank you.
So if I could just tie into that then, just so I understand. So you're saying routine step increases would automatically happen and the OCS staff would get that, and then plus the 30% is on top of that, or no? I thought it was only on, it's only on 25 further, and then 30% on 25.
I apologize, Chair, and we're doing public math, which I apologize. I know that it's a struggle sometimes. I've been informed by our very reliable senior accountant that actually in our Bill 41 proposal, we retracted the annual steps. We did not assume that annual steps would happen. So, or I think she's typing now, so in Bill 49, excuse me, so okay, that makes sense. Bill 41 had the annual steps. Bill 49, we retracted the annual steps. So I hope that makes more sense. It does to me now, at least. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. And I want to go back to A, B, and C accounts. And I think I talked to you about this yesterday. In years past, this body had a discussion about collapsing A, B, and C accounts. And I believe that at that time, the body said that if we do that for ourselves, then we should do that for the rest of the county, right? Make it fair. And I still believe that, in that what we do, we should be an example for, the policy that we're setting for everybody else. Departments like fire, police, maybe MEMA, those that, handle those kinds of emergencies. I don't mean to exclude any, but this is just an example. Maybe those departments, if they need to react quickly to an emergency, not having the hindrance of A, B, and C accounts, like what you saw with police coming back with the $3 million in the bill that's on Chair Lee's agenda, tomorrow, then they would just be able to do the things that they said in their bill and the attached, right? But again, I still stand, but I believe that what we do should be mirror, the respect that we have for the other departments, and that I do not support collapsing A, B, and C account, and that then your actions, our actions are then, transparent to the community and transparent to each other. So, any other questions? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Mr. Rotz. Can you go over the procedure for a council member if they'd like to transfer money? Then they have to write a resolution to request money from A, B, or C, and then put it on the council agenda?
Well, thank you, Chair. And it's ultimately a complete policy decision by the body, how closely you want to model the executive branch, for instance. But the way things stand now, a reso wouldn't be needed under that scenario. So you already do have a little bit more flexibility. If there's an internal transfer between OCS funds, we can work with the council chair and our budget team and kind of make that happen. As long as it follows established policies, it's not an automatic thing, but you wouldn't have to have a resolution to answer your question.
Like, God forbid, if someone of my staff resigns, don't do that. And I had to, recruit at a higher amount that I hadn't budgeted for. Then I come see you folks, and I'd like to take money out of my B or C and then go over to A. What's the process on that?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilmember. And I think you've hit on a scenario that shows why if you didn't have A, B, and C, you have a little bit more flexibility because we wouldn't be involved. You wouldn't seek, our review to see if you're following appropriate procedures, et cetera. So that's, again, it's a pure policy decision for the council on how you want to set up the legislative branch and how restrictive or flexible you think is appropriate. And I think Chair made some excellent policy of observations and
ultimately we have 2 years to accomplish anything, to hire staff, to get legislation through, and then the votes, I guess, are our feedback as to like if you did well that 2 years or whatever. And I really don't feel, I've worked civil service and I've worked this job and they're nothing alike. Trust me. And so like, especially with that 2-year time frame, like maybe if we had 4 years, I don't know, I haven't had 4 years, but in a 2-year time frame, we've looked at how long the vacancies are. There's so many 1900s, which mean they've been vacant for 6 years. And so if the position has been vacant for 6 years, that's 3 terms. We'd be sitting with a vacant position. We've already seen administration loot our staff. They want to cherry pick whomever they can, and then sometimes we get some back from planning or something. But I think that's the fundamental difference. And it's been a charter thing to last 4 years or something like that, and they don't want that. The voting public doesn't want that. And so to me, that's the thing. We can't just sit on our fingers for 2 years. Like, we got a mandate to like do stuff and improve stuff. And I feel before I came onto the council, there was very little change. And then in the very first year, we switched to an entirely online system. I told some folks back in the day, I used to have to drive from the Pili on what was supposedly an off week of my part-time job. Like, I get out of the water surfing, like come down in my swimsuit and towel still, yet I gotta go sign a paper before 12 o'clock, And we've totally overhauled that system. And because of COVID and the uncertainty, we didn't appropriately compensate because of that. We don't know what's gonna happen. We didn't realize there was pent-up demand for Maui, and because people are relatively new, like, for me, I feel like I have 30 years almost county experience. I started with a county in 1998 on the county of Hawaii, and I've seen a lot of change, but I haven't seen the pay scale keep up with that change of what is constantly added on, and it's reflected in the antiquated PDs. Like, I remember when I was hired in the 90s, that the position description was typewriter writing. And so that was from the 70s when I was hired in the 90s. And it's kind of funny to watch the HGA lady put down these raises and admit that it's an antiquated system, and have time to come over here and put down these raises when, if she's on salary, should be doing everything. Like, I didn't even get phone calls or reach outs to go to do an HGEA PAC interview. I don't know if the rest of you did, but if the laws are the problem, that's why they put us here, is to fix the laws, to fix the antiquated system, to do that. And most of it is in the state level, and I'm not sure what kind of conversations are being had with our state representatives, but from what I see in what we're paying people, no adult could live on an SR-11 in Maui. And if we know that, what are they paying their HGA dues for? And I guess because of the co-brothers, they don't need to if they don't want to. And I would hold out until I see some results from HGEA, from the top all the way to the bottom.
Okay. Member Kama, I'm sorry. Behind my taro plant, I just saw you. Sorry about that.
No.
Oh, and Chair Lee too. Okay, Chair Lee, welcome, Member Kama.
Thank you.
You're next.
Is it my turn?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. I believe it was my suggestion to David to collapse the A, B, and C accounts for the ease of administration. I know that you've had a long-standing position, Chair Sugimura, about making it easier for the legislative branch, but not allowing the same gesture for the administration. Well, the administration deals with millions upon millions of dollars, and each council member has, I don't know, what, 400,000 per account. So it's like loose change, loose change compared to the, pardon me?
No, nothing.
How much? The office accounts are how much?
It's like
300.
285?
300,000, okay.
But not.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. My point is, it's like loose change. I mean, everybody talks about this and that, but you're not comparing apples to apples. Even with our staff and civil service are totally different, totally different. And same with the administration and the legislative branch. $285,000 or $300,000 should not take, all the wheels turning just to make changes in individual accounts. And that's what I've seen over time. So I'm just trying to make it easier for the individual council members to operate and to administer their own accounts when we're talking about those funds, because they have to make changes for whatever reason. And that's all it is. It's nothing sinister or anything like that. It's trying to make your life easier. It has nothing to do with the administration. They're in the millions upon millions of dollars. We're with, loose change, as I said. So I'm hoping that you guys will be flexible in this regard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for OCS, that's where we are.
I do.
Oh, sorry. Member Kama.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking on page 145 of the program budget for the county council. So this is supposed to be a chart, right? So at the head of the chart, there's a county council. And then there's a direct line that has each council member's, well, I put all your names according to how we sit. And then I put Chair Lee at the end. And then there's another solid line from each of us council members to the residential areas. And then at the very end, there's the Office of Council Services. So can you help me to explain what that hierarchy means in terms of hierarchy?
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Kama. So Council Chair is the administrative head of the entire legislative branch. And under her authority is the Office of the County Clerk, Office of Council Services, and for administrative purposes only the Office of the County Auditor. We help OCA with some accounting and financing and just logistical things, but we of course let them operate completely independently. And then within OCS, we have director and deputy director as management. OCC has county clerk and deputy county clerk as management. I don't know if I'm helping you, council member, but I'd be happy to clarify anything.
Well, what you said is not one on this page, that's written on this page. So is there something missing from the page that would help us to understand clearly the lines of authority, I guess?
Thank you, Councilmember Kama. I now see exactly what you're looking at. That graphic may not provide the information that you're actually seeking necessarily.
Yeah.
So it may be, I think that's been a long-standing graphic. Maybe we can improve it in future budget submissions to make it more useful for you. And I apologize that it, may not actually be that useful.
So the way it's written now, the chair is, because you get the county council on the top, right? So, but the chair should be at the top. Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to get a good
yeah,
grasp.
I always think of the council chair as the top of the hierarchy because she's the administrative head of the legislative branch in the charter, but, she's part of the county council. So in that respect, I see how this chart does have county council at the top. Chair is a leader, but she's one of 9 members and she's part of the council.
So in terms of lines of authority, so it's the chair, and then there's us, right? But she's I guess, the chief executive officer, if you want to call it that. And then OCS falls under that.
Correct. And I would say, there's probably different ways of looking at it. Council chair is elected by her colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's another sense where maybe this hierarchy is correct, having the county council at the top and then the council chair below that. But again, on a day-to-day basis, she's the leader we look to when there's decisions that, don't require the full body's approval, for instance.
So when it comes to putting together our office budgets and our district funds, who does that?
Thank you. That's a great question, Councilmember Kama. So the OCS management team and our senior accountant work closely with the council chair in submitting the budget proposal every year. That's kind of a routine process, and it's a pretty lengthy process. It will start pretty early in this next fiscal year. We get ready for the fiscal year 27 proposal with a lot of analysis and meetings, et cetera. But then all we do have and all that's in Bill 41 or anything else is before you is a mirror proposal that this body will make decisions on.
Okay, well, I understand that now. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kama. Chair Lee.
Member Karma,
Yeah.
I don't know if you were here earlier when I talked about having to go to the doctor at 11 o'clock, and I had to leave. And so, as you know, I've had this nagging cough for about 4 months, a long time. And so I thought, oh my God, Tamara Paulton picks the same day to go to the doctor. But that's how it was. But luckily, there was still a quorum. So I go to the doctor, and she tells me, oh, I need you to get an x-ray, a chest x-ray. And I said, well, I'm sorry, but I can't. I have to go back to work. And she said, I'll write a note for you. So she didn't know who was in charge either. Thanks.
Yeah, I didn't pick today. They told me to come today.
I'm not, I'm not picking on you.
I don't get to choose, like, I'd like to go to the doctor 10 o'clock on a Tuesday or whatever, Wednesday. They just say, here's when it's open, you come now, because the doctor only works 1 day a week.
That's our healthcare system.
Okay.
Okay, doctors are very important. I'm glad you're better though, Chair Lee.
I've been taking all these pills. I hope I can. I mean, you know, that I'm supposed to take it all at once and not one at a time.
Okay.
You'll find out.
So just a general question, Chair Lee, for you, is that every now and then, I hope we have chairs meetings. It looks like it's been something that's off the table. But to maybe talk about some of these things that we're talking about now could have been discussed at a chairs meeting, but it's your call, it's your meeting.
Well, what's happened in the past, I started the chairs meeting back in the 90s because there were times when, because of the Sunshine Law, we couldn't talk about scheduling and things like that. So benign things, okay? But over time, it's wonderful to have community involvement. But then when we had chairs meetings, we started to get a lot of testimony. And, testimony, it doesn't quite fit with what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to work out schedules. We're trying to, talk about maybe the office structures or locations and things like that. And so because of that, it became very distracting and the meetings became very long. So we never seemed to have an opportunity to just talk about these kinds of things that are not policy making and that, really are routine. It's just hard. It's hard to do that nowadays without getting into, debates and all these kinds of things. I mean, we can still have them, but again, it's not that easy.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. If we don't have any other questions for Director and Deputy Director, can we please excuse them? I have some last minute things I'd like them to help me with before tomorrow. No, but I'd like to excuse them if we don't have any further questions for them.
You have any other questions for Director? Okay. Thank you. You have any comments you would like to share with us?
Just briefly, thank you, Chair. We really appreciate the time before the body today. We understand the challenges of budget session in particular, but your job every day. I speak for everyone in OCS when I say we're grateful to work for you. We don't take it for granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How about Sissy? Oh, sorry, Rochelle Kawasaki.
I echo Director Rotz's sentiments. We're very grateful. We have a wonderful staff, and we're so very proud of them. Our proposal does reflect our feelings about how our staff should be compensated, and we appreciate the opportunity to present to you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. So I'm going to call like a brief recess. So we'll go. Is 3:20. Right. Now we have quorum and more. Thank you, Member Johnson. Okay, so welcome back to the Budget, Finance, Economic Development Committee. It's now 3:27 in the afternoon, and we are trying to get out of here at a reasonable time, right? We have no night meetings, and it's just what we have. Oh, okay. We'll come to your house for dinner. Ooh. All right. So we have asked, we're done with Ag and Office of Council Services. Thank you very much, the departments. And I wanted to entertain a discussion again with the Office of the Mayor. They sent over to us a ton of information. You remember getting this, right? We got all this information, which is send it to us in writing. So this is all the send it to us in writing from their meeting with us on April the 1st. And so you don't have to ask a question. I'm just going to ask if anybody does have questions. I do, and then we'll just take it from there. So we'll do 2 rounds of 3 minutes, and we'll just see where we are. And after this, we will be discussing, we wanted personnel to come back. And as you know, personnel is such a big issue every time a department has come before us. I just thought in case any of you had any questions before we end this week, and it might help us as we proceed with making decisions forward. So at this time, can I start with you, Member Johnson? Do you have any questions for the Office of the Mayor?
Not at this time, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez is not here. Member Cook? And
Thank
then
you. Thank you,
follow
Chair.
will be Member Hodgins and then Member Sinensi.
I guess my question, it's related to the budget because it's, how are you feeling the transition from the Lahaina wildfire rebuild and addressing all of the concerns of the rest of the county as far as the focus, sewer, water, everybody's been pretty all hands on deck, admirably so. So I just wonder if there's how the discussion is with managing CIP projects and moving forward on the island as a whole.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Cook. I would say that, initially out of the gate, the focus clearly on Lahaina and restoring infrastructure. However, as you know, we were just out in South Maui addressing the South Maui crowd and having a community meeting specifically about drainage issues and flooding and those kinds of things, right? We have also just ramped up our Holomua Kako, where we take the county to Hana. We take the county to Molokai and Lanai. So those have just come up on the calendar. So I would say that the conversation is getting upright, obviously still focused on not only the infrastructure, but the water issues and all of those things out right in West Maui as we go from temporary to permanent, and the challenges of balancing those two things, right? But really taking a step back and looking at the county as a whole and really refocusing on the whole constituency to make sure that we are following up and following through and do what we say we're going to do.
Thanks. I found everybody to be responsive, so I don't have any criticism at all. Thank you.
Okay, so members, I'm going to cut in line because I have some questions. And I think this portion, Member Hodgins, if you would like to ask this question, this is something you were the one that brought up. If we were to increase our district pots, can OED handle it? That was you that I thought, hey, that's a really good question because of the inundation of, grants. If all 9 of us decided to then increase the number of grants that we would send to OED, can they handle it? That was your question. So you want me to go? You go. Okay, so for the Office of the Mayor, your OM3 responses, thank you very much for that packet. And how were the JCI year one savings calculated? And what was the amount of savings and how was it applied in the fiscal year 24 budget? And that's on your response, page 7, number 3.
Thank you, Chair. The JCI savings, we're going to get our first report this October. And at that point is when we will have the third-party auditor come in to verify that the savings are what JCI says they are. So until we start getting those reports and confirming the savings, we haven't reflected it in the budget.
Okay, so it's not yet then. It'll come. All right, second one was, I think Kiani talked about this too with DEM, regarding the state cesspool conversion pilot project. Your response on page 10 of OM3 states that the next step in the initiative is to develop a formal application and vetting process for prospective applicants. How much of the 1.2 million is available, and what is the status of the application development? And can you provide the recommendations from the working group, which is 9 to 10, pages 9 to 10, number 9.
Thank you, Chair. I believe a lot of the working group work, sorry, that's redundant, was done by the Department of Environmental Management, Wastewater Division. But if you'd like to send that in writing to Office of the Mayor, we'd be happy to work with them to get you the report and the status of the remaining funds.
Okay. So that was our question that we did send to the mayor. So you want us to send it again? We can.
Thank you, Chair. I know we provided an answer in OM3, but it sounds like you like further information than what was provided in there. So yes, if you could detail the report and remaining funds, that would be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Regarding the MEO shutting down the National Displaced Workforce Grant Program, what is the status of the remaining funds? And was a request for additional county funding to keep the program going considered, page 10, number 11?
Thank you for the question. In relationship to the MEO funds, the $2 million that you're referring to, I'm sorry, I was just looking up the questions on my phone. Those funds still sit in the county coffers. No funds have been distributed to date. MEO was looking at covering some of the costs for that program that were not reimbursed, but some additional funding came through, federal funding came through. So they're looking at reinstating some of those programs.
So MEO can come to you or others can come to you?
Well, it sits with MEO. The grant sits with MEO right now, right? So MEO can come to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
To put that program back.
That is correct,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Hodgins.
Thank you. Before I begin, I will have to say I have a bone to pick with you. You stole Jade, and now we can talk about it since it's out. Oh, I found out the day after we had them, or else I would have not been so nice. No, I'm just joking. So talk about poaching. I'm just joking. It's fine. I fully support everybody seeking their best life. So she's stoked to go. I'm stoked to see her be happy. I do pay my staff well. But yes. Okay. So now that that's a bit more out in the open.
A bit.
Since I just aired it. Is her position an expansion position? And can you describe what she's going to be doing after she leaves me?
I would be happy to.
Okay,
thank you for the question, and thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. The good news is that she's still on our team collectively,
yes.
Right? So that's
tomorrow's her last day, guys. Just FYI.
Yeah, Aww. That's the celebration. So in relationship to OED, we've talked about the fact that OED needed to refresh and re-strategize and reorganize and all of those things, right? So in relationship to what Jade is going to be doing, we'd really like the Office of Economic Development to focus on economic development, right? And not just be a grant-making
Hold on, she's texting
division.
me. No, she's doing-
Not to make a grant-making division. So in relationship to that, you can see in this budget, we've tried to really filter out the things that aren't economic development and put them where we think they fit best.
Okay.
We'll try those shoes on, that's great. But Jade will be focusing on 4 priority areas in relationship to economic development. We are looking at convening and facilitating partners for 4 big levers, big economic strategies, and those would include tech, and those would include healthcare, and construction, and so anyway, and on, right? So we would like Jade to help us build those pieces out, join the folks that are already at OED,
Thank
and
you.
provide some structure.
Thank you. Last night at, was it last night or, yeah, maybe last night, we heard that we will probably soon see a nursing shortage as our population ages. Not only do we expect to lose some nurses to retirement, but also we're gonna need more as our population ages. So I hope we can invest in some workforce development when it comes to nurses. Secondly, I'll ask the question that Chair asked. Right now, we're having a discussion about potentially increasing our district pots. And I don't know what that would look like for everybody else because we can't talk about it, but I'm assuming it's going to be more work for OED. And I would hate to give false hope to grantees if you folks can execute the grants, because we can't execute the grants. We can happily tell them and be everybody's best friend and say, yeah, you can have some money, but if you guys can't execute that grants, then it kind of puts us and all of us in a position. So would you guys be able to accommodate an increase in our district funds? Or what?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not asking you if you think we should. I'm asking you if you think.
I clearly hear that.
I want to make that clear because
I clearly hear that, and I will
think the
keep
last
my
time I had
opinion to
that-
myself. Yes.
People thought.
So in relationship to the district funds, everybody knows that I forwarded you the district funds and how much were left, and had some questions about what do we do with this and how do we get this money out. So I would say that OED would need additional staffing to manage that level of increase. One of the things that we need to remember is that when we have grantees that submit quality applications, those move pretty quickly. When we have brand new grantees, it's tough. It's a steep learning curve. Happy to work with them, but that always takes a little bit longer, right? And so, yes, we would be happy to facilitate that, and yes, we would need additional staff.
Can I please ask one follow-up question? It is indeterminate yet what that increase, if any, will look like. But if it's quite significant, let's say $500,000 per council member, how much more staff would you need to potentially execute those grants? And again, it's hard to quantify the amount of grants, but rather, just the theory of having an extra 4.5 in total $1 million worth of grants. How much extra staff would you
Sure,
need?
great question. So certainly it depends, right? If we give big grants, so much easier than giving small grants, also makes deeper impact. That's my opinion. And you didn't ask for it, but there it is. And I would say we would be looking at additional 2 or 3 staff, right?
Okay.
But love to talk about those residency area funds and how to make deep impact, right? And do that as a collaborative between the administration and OED and council, so we can do big things.
Would those 2 or 3 staff basically just be dedicated to the council members' grants?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Member Sinensi, followed by Kama Lee Polton.
Mahalo, and I wasn't sure if you were able to meet with some of my staff members upstairs. Oh, so thank you for carving out some time to meet with them. Appreciate it. I just had some follow-up questions on the grants for the cultural and arts program. Is that a competitive grant? It is?
Sorry, the bucket, yes, culture and arts is competitive. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have for now, Chair. I can wait for the next round.
Member Kama, followed by Chair Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So, in the work that I guess Jade will be doing,
Surprise.
I don't want to give her more work. didn't start it, but, I went to your training workshop that they had. I thought was very well done. I like the fact that he worked with everybody and they could follow along. But I also thought that in order to really apply for these grants, you're right, you would have had to really have done this before, and you got a good grasp on it, because the new people who are in the group were kind of lost. You talk about you got to get your compliance, and what is, it's like, okay, then you got to go to grant writing 101 or 100, right, to learn it. So do you folks anticipate doing more workshops like that to be able to ensure that, because the same people come all the time, right? Because they've kind of like got this down pat. But we want other people to come, but we also want them to be able to come with a really highly qualified grant, right? And the way it's written. So anticipate having more of those workshops.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. So the Office of Economic Development in relationship to the grant division, right? I mean, we give grants and we manage grants, but we really need to diversify the revenue streams within the county. So teaching grantees how to write quality proposals, not only to the county, but also other revenue streams, 100%. And that's a piece of that grants division that we've been talking about, that we will be implementing.
Oh, wonderful. So, when's that going to happen?
When is Jade's last day? No, I'm just kidding. No, we will be looking at implementing that before the end of this fiscal year. And the reason why is because we want to be able to hit the ground running in FY26.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair Lee, followed by Member Paulton.
Cynthia, I was wondering if you would consider, under the OED grants program, some kind of incentive aspect, so that, like, as housing director, we oversaw a lot of grants. But what happens over time is people rely on those grants and only those grants. So you don't make money available to new entities when that happens. So sometimes you might want to think about incentivizing the grantees, like you can say that you can probably, let's say, gain more in your grant request if you have matching funds. And then, like over time, you kind of wean them off of the grants in a way that it doesn't hurt them, but helps them over time. And then it makes room for other new people to come in and apply for grants. So you may want to consider something like that. The other thing is the grants for the district grants for the members, I don't see why it has to be strictly economic and cultural grants. So it could actually fall into the purview of other departments. Can that work?
That is a great question, and thank you for that. I want to say yes, absolutely, because it makes the most sense in relationship to the logistics of that for the other departments. I would hate to speak on their behalf. Hold on.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Lee. Right now, the description of the residency area funds is very specific for economic development, cultural, and environmental programs. If you would want to expand, I would recommend you change the name of the fund to encompass everything you want to do. And as we discussed yesterday, when DEM was here, I believe, another option is if you have $140,000 in a residency area fund, but you want to give $40,000 to parks for an initiative, I think my recommendation would be to reduce the fund to $100,000 and just place that $40,000 under parks for that initiative. But I'm happy to discuss further. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I realized that we would have to make changes to the verbiage, but I just wondered if it was possible to do that, because not all of the needs are in, cultural improvements and environmental improvements and so forth. It could be other things in other departments. And then I do want to remind the members, we are called upon to approve over $1 billion budget, and now we're asking for help on 140,000 each. So you remember the scale, okay? I think if we ask hard enough, that the administration will be cooperative in that we have to approve $1 billion. So can we get their cooperation in return? Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, we're still expecting an OM4, right? Or no? Because one of the questions was about vacancies, and DPS transmittal says there's 34 vacancies in Office of the Mayor, but I don't believe that's right because even OCS vacancies listed in DPS doesn't seem correct either, and maybe we don't communicate with them because of our non-civil status. So I didn't see in that packet that Member Sugimura showed the vacancies with the position IDs and stuff like that we asked for last time that you were here.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Yes, OM4 was sent on April 8th. And that has the updated vacancy list that you asked for in it.
Okay, sweet.
I will also note, I did have a conversation with DPS, and this is an ongoing thing, but I think the way our Workday system generates reports when it comes to vacancies may leave some in there that shouldn't be in there, as you have all seen with the clerks and things like that. So I'm just trying to pursue, we didn't have time to get into the weeds this year, but pursue a way that we can clean that up and really get you guys as much accurate information as possible.
Thank you. And then I had several other questions. We just had ag, and it doesn't really feel like Humane Society is necessarily as good a fit as like maybe feral animals. I know it was packaged up and given to them and they had time, but maybe next fiscal year, wondering if you would consider giving them feral animals and OED taking back maybe Humane Society or something like that. Just, you don't need to answer now. The other thing is, you know, when the MEDB STEMWorks kids come up, those kids are articulate, amazing, and I'm not saying quid pro quo, but something in the money that we give them should let them know, like, we have engineering bonuses. We have women engineers. You get stuck in traffic daily and you don't like it, come work for the county. This kid last night was into cybersecurity, and I said, we got even more ITSD vacancies than we know what to do with. So something along those lines, plant a seed, because I would love to have some of those STEM work kids working for the county, and I would love to pay them a living wage. The other thing, I was looking at this grant stuff, and the things that are concerning to me is, like, you know, if it says something like missing reports fully funded by COM, like, that's kind of a red flag. And I'm not saying about the West Maui ones, because we all know what went on in West Maui, but most of those were only partially funded. Stuff, but you know, the ones, it seems weird to me that some of them are like exceeded all goals and no, and they got a 90%, and then you got some that are like no reports received, fully funded by COM, you know, or something like that. It's kind of concerning, and I'm not sure if the climb highs were given in 2 separate years or the same year, but one says exp 2023 and one says 2024. And if we had no reports or reimbursements received, and it closes out 2023, why would we give them more money in 2024? So those are some of the things. And I'm sorry I didn't catch the OM4, but is Jade going to be the OED director, or are we still looking for one?
That's a great question. No, Jade is not going to be the OED director. But maybe someday, yeah, absolutely. We're going to try these shoes on and see how they fit. Can I comment on?
Please.
Okay, wonderful. So in relationship to the grantees that are missing reports, et cetera, so we have been working very closely with the Finance Department and with Corporation Counsel to really screen all of the previous grantees and the current grantees, and we have added onto our paperwork in good standing. If that in good standing is not checked, I don't sign it. So in good standing means they have all of their grant reports in. And remember, we had also talked previously about applications that come in are graded, and we were looking for a C or better, right? And if they were below the 70, and it's difficult with some of our grantees because they're not experts, as Councilmember Kama was saying, right? And so we're going through and vetting that. And some of our grantees call you and say, hey, how come OED is not performing? And those are some of the reasons that things are being held up.
And they're aware that's the reason.
They are aware.
And so we should ask them.
You should ask them, yeah, and then refer them this way.
I had some follow-up, but the bell rang, so I'll wait till my next go-around.
Okay. Member Johnson, you have questions now?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As this discussion went on, it brought up a question in regards to one of my priorities for Cody Tuivati's work in the Hui O Aina Kukoa. Kuukoa? All right, thank you. I was thinking about provisoing that their work in the Economic Development and Cultural Programs Revolving Fund. I'm curious if that's a pot that you guys would think that would be okay, but it's different. I think that's what I wanted to ask. There's two pots that are very similar names, and I see Director nodding her head. So can you guys clarify?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I need to know more about what they were going to do with the funding, and I need to look at that specific code section. I know there are two that have very similar names, and one is West Maui specific and one is not. So if it's not the West Maui specific one and their work falls under the uses of that fund, I think that would be fine.
Okay, we'll talk more. I just what we were brought up is that their funds are very similar in name, but I just wanted to make sure. But it's basically the same as last year, so. If it was in that same pot last year, I would have, and you don't seem to have a problem with it? Right, that one's a Hawaiian Culture Restoration Revolving Fund. So very similar names. I wanted to be clear on that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez, then Cook.
Thanks, Yuki. I don't have any questions.
Member Cook. Yep.
I told Yuki I didn't.
Thank you. The experimental and demonstration housing projects, $4,750,000. Is that something I should put in writing? I'm just curious. I'm a builder. I'm super curious about what, if anything, is planned for that, who's managing it, and if that's something that any particular departments are in charge of.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cook. That falls under the Department of Housing. Their intention is to issue an RFP if the funds are approved to move into the Experimental Demonstration Housing Fund and solicit applications from throughout the community. So I'm sure you will get more information when that RFP is ready to go out from the Department of Housing, but Director Mitchell can definitely address your questions on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Member Hodgins.
Thank you. I'm just looking at this chapter 336120 annual OED report. So what are the consequences when we don't get reports submitted? How do we remain fiscally responsible if they're not giving us reports and we're still giving them money?
Thank you for the question. So in relationship to advancement versus reimbursements, this is where the reimbursement is super beneficial, right? So if they do not provide the appropriate documentation, then their funding gets held up.
Okay. I understand that. I was having a conversation with a former OED employee, and I completely understand you shouldn't give money to somebody who's not supporting reports. But so often, super small nonprofits, their issue is capital. That's why they're seeking a grant. So it puts them in a position where they can't even do what they need to do because they can't even afford to buy it. Would OED be willing to work with like a credit union and use their grant as collateral so they can get some upfront funding?
Thank you for that thought and that question. That is a bigger conversation than a yes or a no, right?
Okay.
Because we've got to have finance and corporation counsel and all of the people in on that. But I would add that in relationship to the grant workshops, right, there are opportunities for nonprofits outside of county funding, much easier to work with. And so we will continue to facilitate those ideas with those small nonprofits.
Okay. We just had OCS in here, as you probably saw, and we were discussing A, B, and C accounts, which obviously one of those placements is equipment. And we don't own the equipment, obviously. That's bought with the funds from this government. We have a little sticker with a little barcode. What do we do with the equipment that's bought with these grants when the grants are over $1,000, like how we have to do? Do we collect them? How are they logged? How are they tracked?
Cataloged.
What do we do? Auntie Tasha, your mic is on.
I'm sorry.
I think it's logged. But like when Jade leaves, because we're all talking about it, her computer will come back to my office and it would be redispersed to whoever takes her place. She doesn't get to take that with her. So what do we do with the grantees who buy expensive equipment, like drones or Polarises? Do we collect it for the next grantee?
Thank you, Councilmember Uhagens. No, the purpose of the grant is to allow them to procure that equipment. So that remains the property of the grantee.
I'm going to double check on that because I don't think that's what I heard from somebody who used to work in OED, but that would be interesting. Thank you.
Okay, there may be some OED folks online, but we can also follow up in writing, but it may depend on the type of grant as well. There may be some that are equipment specific or other.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
I have the
Like
answer.
School. Okay.
I have the answer. Call on me. It depends. Okay, so okay. Let me explain. So we asked the question when we met with Dave Daly at MEO about the equipment, so the farmers micro grant, because there's some equipment that I know, like for various reasons. And so Dave Daly let us know that in the grant execution, in the grant contract, when it's executed, it states multiple times in what they sign that this is the property of the county and that the county reserves the right to, the equipment if it so desires to have it back or to, return it, or not return it, but, to possibly give it to another farming business or something. So it would depend on what the contract says, if it clearly states that, because I did ask that about the farmer's micro grant. So for the farmer's micro grant, it says that. But for OED grants, you would have to check the grant agreement.
Thank you. I would just add, thank you for that information, and I'm getting a text that says they're logged. So I want to let you know that we have, our team is online, and while you think I do lots of things, they do lots of things. So they're online if you want additional info.
No, thank you. I was just curious because we have to buy things and they don't belong to us and they shouldn't belong to us. I do use a lot of Post-it, so I apologize to in advance to the world. But like, I won't take this computer with me when I leave, and nor should I. But I just wanted to understand how that works. Thank you, and thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. And just continuing on with grants, we have a proposal deadline tomorrow, so that's where my questions are coming from. Both the small business and the tourism management are also competitive grants. Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then for open space, there's a couple projects, but up to 3.7 must be for the acquisition of open space properties in West Maui. Have those been already gone through the process?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Sinensi. The administration's in discussions on several properties that might be eligible for open space funds. They haven't been identified yet, but when they are, those resolutions will come to the council for approval before the acquisition proceeds.
Okay, because Mr. De Los Reyes in Lahaina he was working with some open space areas and doing his planting projects, so he'll be happy to hear about that one. And then we've been hearing about some properties that wanted some surveying done, and I was just wondering if resurveying properties was part of the special management area revolving fund.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Sinensi. I'll have to look at the exact language, but I don't believe that's an allowable use of the SMA fund.
It's more for shoreline.
Yeah.
For that project. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, very good. Member Kama, followed by Chair Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So, as the department moves away from and moves towards more economic development kinds of activities, what are some of those economic development things that you were looking at?
Thank you for the question. So in relationship to the big levers I was talking about, right? So healthcare is one of them, tech is one of them, construction is one of them. So we have a total of 4. I remember 3. And those 3 are the primary pushes. Now, that doesn't mean that we won't be doing economic development or supporting economic development in other areas, but we're really trying to hone in on focus on some big ones so we can do it well, as opposed to a scattered approach.
Okay, so how do you look at in terms of healthcare as one of those levers?
So when we thank you for the question. So when we take a look at our need, right, our local community need, and how that's reflected in the economy. So clearly, to Member Hodgins' point about nurses, right? We have a declining health market, and we need people that need health care, et cetera, right? So that is a huge need, right? And also can be an economic driver. So when we talk about workforce development, when we talk about partnering with UH, and then when we talk about intern programs and things like that, right? Boosting that piece of the economy, the service-oriented.
So when you look at that, do you look at in terms of housing them, right? Are these people here? Are they going to come here? Or do you feel like we're going to import them?
Right, that's a great question. So we would always start with Kama'aina, right? That's Mayor's focus. So that means when we talk about workforce development and when we talk about Member Paulton's point about the MEDB and the STEM works, right? We need to get those kiddos and ignite their passion for healthcare and create a pathway for them right into that. So 100% focusing on Kama'aina.
Okay, and the IT?
And the IT. So the IT is same. We already have our partnership with MEDB and STEMworks. We have our tech park out in Kihei. We have the entities that are out there. And it's like, how do we create a pathway for our kiddos to fill those job positions?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, very good. Chair Lee. Followed by Mr.
So following up on, hello?
Yep.
Following up on Member Kama's questions, what in construction are you prioritizing?
So thank you for that question, Chair Lee. It's really around workforce development, right? And we also have to take a look at supply chain. When we take a look at the reports that we've gotten in relationship to when the highest need is going to be for our folks out in West Maui and the build back and those kinds of things, right? So trying to partner and collaborate and empower those pieces with the county support. So again, workforce and also the diversified workforce there, partnering with CNHA in relationship to CDL and hazard and internships for builders and construction and electricians and plumbing and all of those kinds of things.
So are you planning additional housing units for those you expect to come from Oahu and the mainland, construction workers doing work under recovery?
So that's a good question. Obviously, we want to start with locals first, right? Our locals here in Maui. Obviously, there's no way we can expand that workforce quickly in relationship to what the need is. So the housing piece, we're going to have to work on the housing piece, working with Director Mitchell and with Mayor Bisson and Department of Management, and also some other partners within the community to address the housing issue with that particular group.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Paulton.
Thank you. I would like to start off by thanking the 10 people who immediately sent me OM4. I really appreciate all of you having my back. The other questions I had, last night we had Mo'i Kaba'ako talk about some of her business corporation ideas and like that. And I know you're talking about big levers, but sometimes there are small levers, And there was another testifier, I think Ms. Hansen after her, that was saying, and I don't think it's correct, that she got a 4 washing machine thing for $150,000 trailer. But if it is true, we need a laundromat in Lahaina. And if, someone like Mo'i and her group could run that, and it could be solar and off-grid, that would be a huge economic development that would truly serve our Lahaina community. I don't know how many complaints I've got about the one existing laundromat only serving short-term rentals and icing the community out. But those kind of things, that are just, economic development for our existing residents. I'm not sure all the ideas, but she had an abandoned vehicle towing company, hot food truck, trash removal, and I see the work going on at mile marker 13.5, and I've tried and said, if DHHL could make it a campgrounds, low impact with native restoration, but unless we have an idea and if we tie in economic development, we're gonna continually be pulling out rubbish for $700,000 annually. And I'd rather it be a circular economy where we put our people to work, restoring the place, and I don't feel safe taking my kids camping on the other side of the guardrail when I see a car flip off into Olowalu and end up in the ocean right next to somebody fishing. I don't want to take my kids camping on the side of the highway, really, that close. But any plans for a laundromat for Lahaina?
I think that's a great question. I wanted to tell you the fourth, I'm getting texts, cultural protection and preservation. So it goes with what it was you were just saying. I want to draw our attention to Ms. Priya Landgraf, who is online to answer some of these questions. I think she can add to that. But in relationship to laundry facilities and those other things, like I said, though we're focused on those 4, it doesn't mean that we won't do or support additional things like that, right? We need to take a look at what our community needs most. And to your comment about circular economy, right? We need to be self-sustainable because nobody's coming to save us, right? So, so we need to definitely focus on that.
Land surveyors too. Was Ms. Landgraf gonna talk?
Priya, do you have anything to add?
And then the other question I had, do we know the Maui Marathon? You know, a lot of times when I was working the beaches, the people that came from the other side were like, oh, Maui Marathon today, because it like, you know, they go across the Pali. And with all the construction and heavy trucks and like that, I just would hope that it doesn't interrupt the recovery. Like, I don't know what their route is, if they love the Pali because of the ocean views, but maybe they could still do West Maui and go north, or, you know, the lower route, or I don't know how it would work, but it is, I mean, every day is a cluster on the Pali. As I was driving in today, there was like a car accident to the side, which was really backing up people coming into work, but that is the one thing. And during normal times, it's like, it's just one day, deal with it. But it's every day nowadays. So that's the one thing about the Maui Marathon. Like, can they not add to our existing traffic woes for that one day out of the 365 days where we have traffic woes?
Thank you for the question. Priya, are you there? You want to take that?
I am here. Hi, sorry, I was muted earlier. I am now off mute. Thank you, Member Polton. So is the question, can the marathon not affect the traffic? Is that your question?
Can it not go over the Pali?
I guess that would be a question for the organizer. I don't know that that's an option to reroute the marathon, but one we should absolutely explore. And again, you know, when we look at what's good for all of the community, that absolutely has to be a part of the conversation, and one that we'd be happy to explore. If you want to email that, and we can absolutely set up that conversation.
And then I think the one that wasn't the question that they asked for you online for. I think it was like about maybe laundry and camping or something. Like we really need another laundromat in West Maui. And one of the testifiers from Maui Rescue Mission last night, I'm not sure if it's accurate because I think she was speaking on behalf of her husband, but said they have a trailer with 4 off-grid washers and dryers, 3 off-grid washers and dryers that they procured for $150,000, and they can fill up water at one of the churches and assist houseless folks with their laundry. We have housed folks in Lahaina that need assistance with their laundry, and it's a big issue. There's one laundromat left, and from community feedback, they're prioritizing the short-term rental industry to the exclusion of many of their residents. So there really is no laundromat for people with houses without washers and dryers. And when Mr. Smith was here and they said they were renting out a place for appliances, they weren't talking about washers and dryers. So in terms of economic development, like if somebody got a grant for a washer dryer trailer and like set up a business, and I don't know if it's off grid and community owned laundry, you know, I don't know.
I think that's a great idea. Where there's, you know, when we have a need, that's when some of the best ideas come out. This might be something that DEM or Human Concerns would want to be looped into the conversation about. Again, I think it's something worth exploring. I'd love to see a grant application that wants to do that business plan. And it's something we should explore. I'd also be curious who that individual was, and I'm wondering if we could have it look at the log sheet and explore how they did it.
The individual with the washer trailer, I think it was from Maui Rescue Mission. Her name was Tanya Hansen. She testified last night at the Paia Community Center. Was her husband Scott? Oh, yeah, Scott. So she was, I think, testifying maybe on his behalf. So he might be the one to, or both of them, reach out to. And then, you know, maybe Moi would add that to her list of corporations that she'd like to start. And then, I don't know,
Yeah, and I'll run this by Administrator Smith because you said he was there as well. So I'll double check the logs and see what can happen.
Great. Oh, John Smith was in Paia?
Oh, I thought that's who you said was there for recovery. Did you mean a different Smith? Sorry.
I talked. Yeah, he said he rented out the old homemade site. And I asked him, "You're not storing clothes in there, right?" And he's all like,
Got
"No,
it.
appliances." And I'm like, "Any washer and dryers in there?" And he
Any
said,
washing
"No,
machines.
washers and dryers in there."
But if we could get another site or a mobile one, to your point.
That'd be awesome. For West Maui, I mean, I did approach them if that could be some of the CDBG-DR public services, but I don't know that we can wait that long because, I mean, it's an issue.
Okay. Thank you for that idea and comment. I look forward to exploring it.
Okay. Are you done? Okay. So I have one last question, and I thought Member Paulton would have asked this, but no. Office of the Mayor, is the Office of the Mayor okay with moving resiliency hubs to MEMA? It's page 8, number 6 of your response.
Thank you for that question, and it's a good one. So when we talk about resiliency hubs, we're talking about emergency resiliency hubs. Everybody has a different definition of that, by the way. And I think that I don't want to speak for Amos and his team. I would not want to overburden them. We are working in collaboration with them. We would be absolutely open to having that conversation with them if they feel like they can manage that. They are the ones that utilize that tool. So it certainly makes, in my opinion, it makes really good sense. So.
Okay. So I have Member Paulton. Well, wait, let's let Member Rollins-Fernandez go. Member Rollins-Fernandez, then Paulton.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, I have a quick one. Okay, so you said with OED you wanted to try to make it more economic development focused. Are you able to share now how you're planning to do that? Because we did do like the comprehensive economic development strategy 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Yeah, the SEDS. And it's well, I don't have to go over all the critique that I have of the SEDS. But when Deputy Director Heva and I met with MEO Farmers Microgrant Administrator Dave Daly, we had talked about connecting the microgrant to the recently published Food and Nutrition Security Plan. And then that way we're achieving the objectives outlined in our plan. And so I was just looking for the application for an OED grant, and I saw like the scoring, and it doesn't have any connection to like the SEDS or anything. And I think that's the only economic development plan that we have for the county.
Thank you for your comment and question-ish. Yes. But I think we probably have the same opinion about the SEDS, by the way. I have probably about 5 different assessments/plans on my desk that have to do with economy. So we have the reports that came out in relationship to what happened in West Maui, right? So we have a federal plan, we have the SEDS plan, we have the long-term recovery plan, and then we have the sustainability, the food sustainability plan. So there's a variety of different ones.
Food and nutrition.
Yes,
security plan.
Yes, that one. So I think we have to take what it is that we have in relationship to our assessments and plans and pull a lay string through all of them. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. So yes.
Are you also going to include DMAP in that tourism management?
Or is that its own animal?
That is its own animal.
Oh,
But
okay.
I think it needs to inform, but we're looking at diversifying, right? And so we have the visitor industry, and, Mayor Bisson's focus on the visitor industry is about focus on Kama'aina and the workforce and that kind of thing. So it's a little bit different lens to look at the visitor industry through in relationship to, how we've done it in the past. So while we absolutely need to be aware and informed by that, I don't think it needs to be ruled by that.
Agreed. In order for us to not be over-reliant on one industry, then we have to beef up the other industries. So is one of your ideas, because I'm looking at like the Grants Evaluation Committee scoring. So is that scoring evaluation sheet going to be different? Because right now it doesn't have any connection to any of county plans.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so the answer to that is yes. So we're looking at revamping the application vetting and scoring. Right now, it is kind of a closed circle. We need to open it up. When we talk about residency area funds, probably our council members should be helping to vet those. Not that you need more to do, but yeah, so we're going to be shifting that.
I would be happy to, in all my free time. So send me an email, loop me in. Thank you. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Any more you have? Member Hudgens?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with what I was asking about earlier to get some further clarification. Going back to the equipment, that spot with for the grantees for with the county monies and their grants, is that still considered county property? The equipment that's bought over?
Yeah, I'm going to actually let Priya jump in here. Priya, do you want to speak to this?
Sure. So it's kind of one of those, it depends. Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
It's one of those it depends scenarios. So your question is the equipment property of the county?
Yes.
And it would depend based on how the grant application was written, received, and then approved. But even after that, there can be a revision of assets. So the grantee cannot dispose of the equipment.
Okay.
And they cannot sell the equipment for profit.
Okay.
But they can continue to use it for its intended purpose beyond the duration of the grant.
Okay.
So those are kind of the absolute pieces.
Okay.
But beyond that, there are always amendments that could be made.
Okay. And to make clear, like, I'm not trying to collect on a pen or like a used notepad, but some people do buy really expensive products to conduct their grants. And what do we do with those like expensive products when they're done doing whatever they need to do? I'm not saying the work is ever completed, but let's say they stop seeking funding or they stop doing it. And as we've learned throughout at least my last few years here, everybody pivots and course corrects and goes and does something else. So what do we do if, for instance, the person who bought a drone no longer wants to count deer? Do we recollect it?
Then they should be filling out a form saying they are no longer using it for the intended purpose, and then the county should collect and store or reallocate as needed.
Okay. And
that's what should happen.
Oh, thank you for...
But that's on the grantee to report it to us.
Thank you for putting the emphasis on should. So does it not happen?
Well, the grantee has the right to continue using that item. And so it's not that it doesn't happen, it's that if it were to stop happening, it would need to be reported. The grantee has the onus and they need to take responsibility and report it. So I would urge, if there is a for instance that you'd like to bring to our attention and email us about, then we would need to look into that.
Okay. Okay. I'm just curious how this all works, because like I said, when Jade leaves our office, she has to return her computer. When I leave this office, I got to return my computer. This mic gonna come home with me. I don't want it. But I'm just curious, and I appreciate your answers.
We would take it back and store it. That's what would happen in that scenario.
Where's our storage facility for all of the things that we take back?
Priya's office.
Homemade bakery.
Jade's former office. It depends, you know, are we talking about a lawnmower? Are we talking about a computer? Different items would be housed in different areas.
Okay, thanks. Can I just ask one quick question that I think would be not necessarily so complicated? Who's keeping track of the log of all the equipment that's bought? Do we have like a running tab? I'd assume. You guys keep track?
We do keep track, but it's by department. So because this is the office of the mayor, that our OED specialists have a log on their grantees.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Member Paulton.
Following up on Member Hodgins, you know, when we got the COVID expenditures, did this administration receive all the coolers and things that were bought during the COVID era? And then, so those things, did they go home with the previous administration?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Fulton. I know we've submitted reports on all the purchases, but I don't have the details on exactly where everything is at this moment. So if we could get that in writing, I'd be happy to work with finance and get that back to you.
Yeah, because there was very fine print writing about all the COVID expenditures, and there was hesitation from this body to accept the COVID money without knowing what it would be spent on. And so the compromise was they would give us a report on what they were spent on. And like, if you look through those reports on what was spent on, like coolers and things like that, that was my question at that time. Like, I hope these coolers are gonna be staying with the county in case a whole town burns down and we might need coolers, you know, or how that would be tracked. And I don't know if this is something that rises to the level of the auditor or who it would be and what authority this administration has over what previous administrations took with them, to Member Hodgins' point. And for future administrations, you know, like, how are these things tracked from administration to administration? Where is the continuity? And I mean, to some extent, it also goes along with, you know, the procurement or purchase procedures of the emergency fund as well. Like, you know, when we looked over what was purchased during that time, I understand you don't want to go through a procurement process when a whole town burnt down, but there should be specific guidelines that we're all aware of, and it doesn't seem like that is there yet. So I'm not sure if staff got the essence of the question. Oh, she says yes. Okay.
You got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so members, we're going to close out the mayor, and we have the Department of Personnel Services coming. It is now 4:31. You want to take a 10-minute break as personnel? Yeah. Budget Director, personnel's available. Look at the time.
Thank you, Chair. I asked her to stand by and told her it might be a little later, but I will confirm.
Okay. So we'll come back at 4:45. The Budget Finance Economic Development Committee is now 4:47. And we have the Department of Personnel Services before us. So thank you, Director, very much for hanging around. And I wanted them to come back because we've heard from many of the departments and they spoke to us about the challenges of hiring and how can we, make it so that it's successful and not have so many vacant positions and not have departments trying to work around your system is what I'm hearing is my interpretation. And so at this point then, I'm going to ask for 2 rounds of 3 minutes. And before we start, I'm going to start with Member Rollins Fernandez, go to Cook, Wu, Hodgins, Sinensi, Kama, Lee, Paulton, Johnson. And I wanted to ask you, so we're going to do this department, and I had also thought I would do the budget provisions as part of the bill, Bill 41. But I'm going to hold that for Monday after we do RPT certification. Because I'm hearing that there may be some additional provisions that the members might have wanted. So, Mr. Hanano, can you find out whatever it is and then we'll work on it for Monday and share it with the members. Okay, so then that'll end our meeting for today after we do DPS. And we continue then on Monday with certification. We are waiting for the RPT certification books or RPT books. Member Director.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the Department of Finance anticipates you will have those by tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, afternoon. Okay, so you will let us know and we'll put it in everybody's box, or what is the process? Because we have council meeting in the morning.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I believe Finance delivers it directly to the 7th floor, and then the BFED staff will put it in all of your boxes. But I'm also happy to email the council members once Finance lets me know that it's been delivered.
Okay. Oh, very good. Okay, so we look forward to that. And then also, Kristen, we also have another document that we wanted to share with the members. Okay, proceed.
So members, we prepared a summary at the chair's request of the reinstated labor and the expansion positions. So we'll be passing that out for you to just evaluate as you look at your proposals for the next week.
Okay. All right. So at this time then, Member Rollins Fernandez, 3 minutes.
Mahalo, Chair.
First round.
I did not request DPS, so I don't have any questions.
Okay, great. Member Cook?
Hi, welcome back. My question for Director would be, I would like to place into the budget 1 EP for the Department of Agriculture for a grants management program specialist. Is this possible? And the other question is, if I'm going to give this position, what's an adequate amount of funding should I allocate for this EP? Because how long does it take for the process?
Hello. I would say yes, you could add an EP for that position. And depending on how they describe the duties and responsibilities, we do have a program specialist classification. So like I said, it depends on how they, craft the position description, but I would think 8 months. So it would take, from when they submit it, it would take us a couple months to do it, a couple months to fill it.
So that would be, that would fit in the org chart. If you have a position already, would that part of it?
Well, so it depends again where they put it in the org chart, because we do have requirements from management that requires a reorg, so that could add time to the process. But their organization is pretty flat, so I don't know that it would actually impact, the lines of supervision.
So is that something where the Department of Personnel Services works with that department and working with that, especially since it's a new department and they're...
We have worked closely, yes, with those new departments.
So you're thinking approximately 4 months and then 8 months worth of funding.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Member U Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for coming back to sit with us. The other day we had Public Works in front of us, and I think Member Paulton asked them about their business administrator. And they were having some issues maybe coming up with a position description. And their response was maybe DPS has a difficult time understanding specifically what they need for this position, and maybe sometimes overall. How can we bridge that gap? And how can we make it so it's a little bit quicker for people to hire the people we need and go through the position descriptions?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. So I was not at that meeting. However, I do recall, so for one, that requires a reorg. And so, you know, we're kind of meeting with them just to kind of understand exactly what their needs are. And there was some questions that came up, and we did have some kind of, do you need this position? Because you have this position here that's doing this. It felt like a lot of duplication. So maybe that was part of our challenge. And I believe they're still going through the reorg process. And we do recognize that they're a growing department. They have, you know, increased substantially. And just the placement of where they were supposing to put that position, we had lots of questions about.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And for Public Works, I do feel for them because they're kind of our catch-all department. Wherever, anytime this council wants to buy something or do something, it's sometimes in Public Works. So they do have a lot of additional work put on them that sometimes they can't really plan for. No different than probably a lot of the departments. How do you guys flex with like Public Works or the other departments and their ability to have a little bit of flexibility when it comes to some of the unforeseen, and just like even police, all the unforeseen stuff that can happen throughout the year and years?
Okay, that's a tricky question. I think, you know, we do our best to understand their needs. When it comes to flexing their positions, you know, they took positions from parks and kind of, you know, things got shuffled around a little bit. And so, you know, it's us understanding. So in order for us to classify a position, it requires us to understand, like, you know, what is the work and who does it report to? And I think that's kind of where the struggle is, you know, is where is this position, who is this position reporting to, where it exists in the structure. And we sometimes get into a tug of war because they expect it to be this, but they're putting it here. And so we kind of working through some of those things, I think, and
okay,
maybe help. Do you have anything?
Okay.
Sorry, the mic. I'm sorry.
So going back to the business administrator class, so that class historically has been reserved for police and fire because of the complexities of police and fire departments. They are 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operations, and they have shift work, and they have multiple and unique unions and members of those unions in those classes. So the business administrator class also looks at the complexity of a department, where Public Works is not a 24-hour, 7-day operation. They don't have the same shift work. So that's been the conversation that we've been having with them. So normally there is a reorganization guideline policy that exists, which does not allow DPS to classify positions until that process is completed.
Can I ask another question? Because her answer just sparked a question. Yes. So I hear you. I think we're both married firemen. So we understand the difference of like what that schedule is like and how they're 100% like not at home when they're on shift. But let's say a tree was to fall down on a county road in the middle of the night, who's going to clean that up? Is it going to be Public Works? Do they take home their cars so that they can respond to those kinds of emergencies?
And the fire.
And the fire?
So I'm not sure if all of them take home all their cars. So in the past, employees
not all.
used to take home cars.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure which employees still take home cars. There is that motor vehicle policy that the county has. So, but yes, so all departments, including water department, parks, they all have callback or standby.
Okay.
So those employees who are on standby or on callback, they would get called out to those emergencies.
Yeah, it seems like an interesting gray area where I don't disagree that they're not like police and fire where they sleep someplace outside of the house, you know? But if something was to happen in the middle of the night, I would need Public Works to probably clean it up. And so it is arguably sometimes 24 hours, but I hear your point. Thank you, Chair.
Very good. Next, we have Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair, and mahalo, Director, and staff for coming back and answering our questions. Ooh,
Deputy Director.
Deputy Director, nice meeting you. We did have some of the conversations during our other department reviews, and so some of them mentioned that oftentimes for those entry-level applicants, they wouldn't be able to see those applicants. The department would first do the first review to see if they qualify. Is that their process, and do they get to weigh in on those entry-level applicants?
So typically, when we accept applications, our staff evaluates, screens for qualifications. There are times where we have questions, that maybe the person is close. We contact the candidate, and kind of do a more deeper assessment so that we can qualify them. We have, on certain circumstances, reached out to the department to say, we're excluding these candidates because they're missing these qualifications, and have worked with departments to maybe loosen the qualification requirements. I wouldn't say that happens 100% for every category of work that we recruit for. I was watching one of the meetings that you had with Corporation Counsel, and when they were talking about their legal clerk, and they don't understand how we're not qualifying them. So I reached out to them and I said, hey, let's sit down and we can go over these qualifications with you and what we're looking at and what you expect to be people meeting your qualifications. I mean, let's talk about it and kind of close that loop, because we should all be on the same page, obviously.
Yeah, and that has been the conversation like today, to see if we can kind of, redo some of the job descriptions. I remember trying out for a GIS position back in the day and having to take a test. Are those tests often updated? I didn't get the job, but are those tests intermittently being updated?
So we use SMEs, so we call them subject matter experts, and they come from the department. So we sit with them and say, this is the test, how does this look? And they go through, if it's a good question, if it's not a good question, if we need more questions or less. We're trying to limit the amount of questions on a test and even limit the test, because people don't like to take tests.
Yeah, I tried to study for it, but obviously not enough.
And so, we've made some changes, but we, the law, so HRS says there shall be competitive tests. And so, just trying to work through that. So I think at Corporation Counsel, when they were here, they explained we do some kind of evaluation system. So that's called a training and experience evaluation. And we also sit with department, so an SME, and say, hey, if this candidate just meets the MQs, we're going to give them 70 points. If they, have so many years of experience, this is 80 points, and we sit with them and we say, hey, is that, reasonable? And so we do, probably not every time we do a recruitment, but, after a year or two, or depends on how frequently we recruit for that class, we will sit with the SME again.
Okay, Deputy.
And for GIS, I believe we no longer have the test. We do training and experience. So you could get it now.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
That's pretty cool. All right, things change. Very good. Next we have Chair Lee, then Member Paulson.
Now, Cynthia, how's the, you can hear me, right? How's that study coming along to improve and make the system more efficient?
Director.
Has that started?
Thanks for the question. No, that's in our current ask this year.
Okay. So who wrote up the description and the procurement for the study? Was it your department?
Are you talking about the salary study?
No, I thought there was another study that would promote more efficiency and within the DPS and the whole county system with regard to helping to fill all the vacancies that we have.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Lee.
There's no such study.
I just wanted to jump in. Those funds are included in the FY26 budget. So if the council approves those funds, DPS will work with Department of Management and other appropriate departments to develop the RFP for that study, and it will be conducted after July 1st.
Oh, okay. All right. So it hasn't started yet. Okay, so the other thing is, you say you commissioned a salary study? Cynthia, did you commission a salary study?
Thank you for the question. That was through the Department of Management. That was at the request of the Salary Commission.
Oh, I see. So, when you go to the table, the bargaining table with all the unions and all the other counties, what's the impediment to giving our employees more compensation? Why is it so hard to give them raises?
So, as the public employer, the objective is to negotiate a fair and reasonable collective bargaining agreement. And so, at this large scale, it's difficult to get, large increases. And so oftentimes, we're talking about more than just salaries. We're talking about, other cost items. So that's kind of the process that it goes through. Chapter 89 describes the collective bargaining in public employment. And so it kind of outlines for us, how that process continues every odd year or every 4 years.
Okay, what other cost items? You mean medical insurance?
That's one of them. It could be travel, it could be per diem, it could be meals and all kinds of other areas.
Okay, thank you. My time has expired.
Thank you. Member Paulton.
Thank you. My first question is, you know how the summer pals got an increase because they're not union? Could we do something similar for the school crossing guards?
Isn't that DOE?
Yeah, their current salary right now is $30 an hour. And it's really just the department can increase their salary based on the funds that exist in their budget.
So, and we could too, like how we did for summer pals? Because I mean, how come there's no crossing guards? Kamehameha Third has to cross the highway, and they're so tiny, and cars are like, whoa, there's no crossing guards.
Chair, if I could just briefly jump in. Thank you, Councilmember Pelton. I just wanted to clarify, the department sets the salaries. You guys provide the overall funding and they decide what to do with it. So the idea was to increase the PAL's salaries, but ultimately the department was the one who decided to set them higher based on the available funds that you all set.
Okay.
But I don't know about why we don't have crossing guards, so I'm going to pass that.
More questions. Okay. My other question, when the police and fire came to us, like, I mean, the police said, we're almost filled up with our police officer ones, and we're like, we want to move people up so we can put more. Those lieutenants, sergeants, captains, whatever their titles are, isn't it a standard? Like, shouldn't it be ready? Like, okay, we're ready to fill one, just put it out. Or they're saying it's taking like inordinately long?
So we typically recruit
from within.
From within. And, you know, we talked about a test that requires a test. And so we work with another agency, CPS, to create this test. And is it every 2 years?
I mean, like, you have to create a new test. Like, are we not anticipating people getting promoted? Like, can you got to wait for a whole class to give a test? You can't give a test whenever they're ready to promote someone?
So it's typically done annually. And so, yes, we
That's
ask
not really
police
working
to...
for us, apparently. I mean, apparently that's not, we can't wait 1 year to...
Well, no, the list is good for a year. So,
oh, the list is good for a year. Okay, and then, I mean, when people complain to me, I can totally see where they're coming from. Like, I tried to apply for the chief of aquatics position, you know, and they said that my math and education degree was not equivalent to a Parks and Rec degree. And my over a decade of ocean safety experience was not good enough to be a training and experience equivalent. And I think that's BS. Because, I mean, what does the chief of aquatics do? Budgets? I understand math. So I can feel where people are coming from when they say personnel doesn't understand what the job requires, and they're looking at a piece of paper that could be from the 90s, could be from the 70s. Like, we had the HGA lady testify, and her exact words, look at the archaic positions in DPS. And I mean, like, okay, so we all know that it's archaic positions. Like, is it the case, like, typewriter skills are on there and nobody has typewriter skills because we don't, you got to go to an antique shop to find a typewriter? Or?
I think our class specs have been updated to a keyboard, but typing skills is...
Oh, not typewriter.
Yeah, not typewriter.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sure when you applied for that, it was a while ago, where we do allow substitution for the degree, but for positions in that BU13, the professional class, they do require a bachelor's degree.
I have a bachelor's degree in math and education.
Right, yeah.
And over 10 years of experience in ocean safety.
Yeah.
I was a lifelong swimmer at the aquatics.
I would have hired you, but
yeah, you know, that's what I was looking for.
Right.
But it's not even that I could get hired. They wouldn't even accept my application.
Right, right. And I do understand a lot of applicants who come through there, they come with a lot of experience, maybe not the degree. So we did make changes to that substitution. It used to be on a 2-for-1 basis where you needed 2 years of the related experience for 1 year of the degree, which would be like 8 years of the related experience just to meet the degree requirement. And then on top of that, whatever years of experience for that, so the education plus the experience. So we did change the substitution method. We did find that it is very hard for applicants who don't go to college for
and
whatever
even those
reason.
with a double degree from college.
to a
Just not in Parks and
one-for-one
Rec.
method. So 1 year of experience
Sorry,
equates to
physical
the
education.
1 year of education. And then we are looking at bachelor's degrees because right now a lot of our class specs, they limit the bachelor degree. So it has to be in certain fields in order to count. So I'm guessing that's what happened. It wasn't in the right field. So we're
Really,
looking.
how far away is physical education from math education? With training and experience in ocean safety and a lifelong career in swimming, like, really? I mean, it seems pretty common sense.
I'd qualify you.
You didn't,
But,
but okay.
Okay. Okay, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for joining us. It's a long one, so pardon me if I'm not as articulate as I usually am. I'm tired, but basically my question is about the steps. You know, we want to pay our folks as much as we can. And I know you might say union's going to get involved with this, but what is the reason we can't hire people at higher steps, or just eliminate the first step? Because the first step ain't cutting it. Nobody is the idea that you got to come in and kind of suffer a little bit as your wages catch up to be livable. It just doesn't work. So can you talk about reducing the steps, eliminating steps, hiring people at higher steps, something like that? I'd like to hear your opinion on it.
Okay. So we do that, maybe not for bargaining unit 3. I don't think we have any bargaining unit 3 positions that are currently recruitment above the min. I'm trying to choose my words carefully. So we're currently in collective bargaining negotiations right now with all of the bargaining units, with the exception of bargaining unit 1. So UPW is at the moment this week ratifying a settlement that they took out to the membership. I believe that there are ways for us to move the needle on those bargaining, all the positions that, should be looked at. But, it becomes a question of, like, how far do we want to move them? Like, what is the goal? I know when I listened to Tony's testimony today, and she talked about, repricing and, initial pricing, and that language is in the law. So there's not much that we can do there. But I would say, like we move the engineering salary schedule, we move them to a new salary schedule, and I'm not suggesting that, but I am suggesting taking a look at, the BU3 salaries. And
so there is a actual number of a livable wage in Maui County.
It's a lot.
Okay, that's right. I understand. It is a lot, but is what we're doing now working? How many vacancies do we have? Is it 600? I think. The costs in overtime, the costs of turnover, that's a lot when you compare it to, hey, here's a livable wage. Here's something you can, again, and I've been in this bucket. I work a full 40 and I don't make enough, so I turn to the county and ask for assistance so I can. So I can, now let me clear, I worked within the county. I didn't work for the county, but I worked within Maui County, and I wasn't making enough. And so I would turn and ask the county for assistance as a single father. And so we, as a county, we're paying out our citizens through all these, programs. And it's not like I was doing well. I was on assistance. So, I mean, that brings up the diseases of despair, the lack of hope that plagues our community. And it does go back to food, clothing, shelter. And there is a livable wage. It's written right there. It says this is what you need to make to not want to not be eligible for all these and all these programs, and also not feel so down. So it's just like a winner across the board when I look at like trying to increase wages from the bottom up.
I mean, it requires funding.
Okay,
Okay.
I totally hear where you're coming from on the funding side. We have a $1.6 billion budget. We have one of the lowest property taxes in the nation. I just think that we shouldn't be, and it's so expensive to not do it. It costs more, I feel. Maybe when you guys do this study, and I know my time's up, so I'll just end it here, but when you guys do all these studies, think of the cost of what it is when we underpay our people. Oh, I thought there was a study being, okay, okay, never mind. But I do want you to think that, see, it is getting late, so I'm sorry, I was thinking of another study. There's so many studies. But basically, think of, when you guys are thinking about all these discussions, you said, talking about steps and other creative ways to come around, and what is the cost it takes, or what are the costs we're paying when we underpay our workers? Just all the things that are listed. So please consider that on new ways to try to keep our people. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, yes? No? Oh. Okay, that was one round. Do you need more? Member Paulton, Member Rollins-Fernandez, everybody. Okay, Member?
I'll defer to Member Rollins-Fernandez as the committee
So
oversight.
she's first. So we'll just go down the list again then. Rollins-Fernandez, then Cook, Hodgins, Senensi, Lee, Paulton, Johnson. Go ahead.
Okay, mahalo, Chair. Mahalo for being with us. Since we're going to talk salaries, I do have questions about salaries. I thought we were just going to talk about positions. Yes, it takes money, and the legislative branch is the branch that has the authority of the purse strings. And so we're saying that we want to pay our county employees a wage that they can survive here, that they aren't getting priced out, that morale is thriving. It takes money to pay our people, and they are the vai of this place. They are the wealth of this place. It also takes time for us to do the things that we need to do for our people, for the environment, for our Aina, for everything, and we can't get time back. And so, what is the cost to having all these vacancies? So if we don't have the people to do the work that we need to do, and we have all these carryover savings because we don't have the people to do the work, and then it's like there's over $100 million in carryover savings, and 600 vacancies. I want to pay our county employees the wages they deserve. And the council members are saying that we will figure out the money part. I asked Ms. Russ this morning about carving out or tying salaries to the cost of living, negotiating for a minimum, but also enabling salaries to be to cover the cost of living for Maui County when it's so expensive. And I understand, I'm looking at HRS 89, D1 for bargaining units 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the problem is 3 and 13. The governor shall have 6 votes, the mayors, the Chief Justice, and the Hawaii Health System Corporation Board shall each have 1 vote. So in negotiating with all these different parties, I don't know if they're experiencing the kind of vacancies our county is. The Chief Justice, the state for Maui County, Hawaii Health System. I would think it would be in their interest as well to tie salaries to the cost of living here. Any comments on that?
So the County of Maui could set the standard. And you're right, 89, limits our vote to 1. The governor, holds Yeah,
6.
4 or 6, depending on the bargaining unit.
Oh, 3 and 13 primarily are the ones that are
Right.
being not
So I
living
so
wage.
so I guess what I was trying to say, so we were successful in implementing a new salary schedule for the engineers. And that's not really what I'm suggesting for, the other bargaining units. But we could, looking at, where do we want to fall, in this salary schedule that we have? Because bargaining unit 3 and 13 have, although they don't have steps, they do have, a range, a salary ranges. So, we could look at, doing more creative ways to elevate their pay. And, I think as this body, clearly is, interested in increasing salaries, again, I go back to, it comes to funding, appropriations, and, how do we get the money in the pot that we need to pay people more? And, and just recognizing the competing priorities of our community, just the needs of, our employees, and also just, all the various projects when I look at the budget. And so as the legislators of this body, I think it's, partially on this group to say, like, this is, what we want to dedicate in salaries, in increases, and working to, to give that opportunity to achieve that for our county workforce.
So we're not in the negotiations. How do we make our say known? And when you say Maui County should set the standard, how does this council help to set that standard?
Funding salaries.
So outside of negotiations, yes, the governor has the most votes for negotiations, but once a master agreement is in place, we can do like a supplemental agreement just for Maui County. We will just need to have the unions on board with us to sign these supplemental agreements to give our employees more.
Okay, so we can do that this year, or we would have to figure that out for the next fiscal year?
So as long as we have a master agreement, which...
So we currently have a master agreement right now till June 30, 2025. So if this body wanted to do something now, we could look at it if there was money now to do it. If there's not a master agreement in place come July 1, 2024, we would need to wait until there is a master agreement in place.
2025.
Yeah, July 1, 2025.
This coming fiscal year.
Okay, so the master bargaining agreement expires.
Is still in discussions right now.
The current one expires June 30.
And our fiscal year starts
July 1st.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Member Cook.
Thank you.
Followed by Member Hodgins.
So, Director and Deputy Director, I have like four questions that are kind of quick. But first is a statement. I see that we have our experienced members retiring, and we have a lack of new hires coming in. So we have this attrition that's occurring that is compounding the challenges that we have in manning the departments. How are we responsibly going to increase and come up with the money? One of the areas is the cost. Currently, we have a cost of pending work. When it's taking a long time to process permits, when it's taking a long time to execute CIPs, when it's costing a long time to do a variety of things, the less efficient we are and the more it costs. So that's one area where if we become more efficient, that's one place we can get money. So it's not like we're going to print money. It's not like we want to be irresponsible, but to have a well-paid workforce with a better morale and more productivity is going to basically be, in the private sector, more profitable, and therefore everybody's voting. So I'm just saying that's sort of the mindset. I have my mindset. who are the Maui County bargaining representatives at the table? Like when they're sitting down, who is representing us at the union tables? And is it different representatives for different unions, or is it one? Explain that for me, please.
So we represent the mayor at the bargaining table.
You too. That's a pretty big responsibility. How's it feel? I'm serious. That is, we're talking to the right people then. We're definitely talking to the right people. And like you would be in
Well,
them.
the mayor has the vote, but yes, we're his representatives.
Okay. I think one other aspect of the cost that I wanted to get some feedback on is the fringe multiplier. So one of the departments I spoke with, and they said they wanted to hire somebody, and it was like $69,000 salary, but it was $130,000 or $120,000 what the actual cost was to hire that employee. So we have this situation where people aren't really getting paid enough, a livable wage, but we're paying them a lot, but they're not seeing it because it's future benefits, and it's a commitment by the county that is in the distance and is a big deal to make on that commitment. Could you kind of help me during the negotiation? Does the fringe ever come in? If we give somebody $1, is it always 62% more or whatever that fringe is? Or is a negotiation like, we want to give them $10, but we don't want that to impact the fringe?
It just kind of depends. So we use the state, or the state is with us at the table, obviously, and they do the costing. So anything that we offer, you know, they're also calculating how that's going to impact the fringe. So, you know, it's the entire cost of it. Even though, you know, this employee is going to appreciate, you know, X, you know, it's really the employer's cost is going to, you know, increase. So
did the bell ring? Yeah. Could I finalize my question, and then I won't ask any more questions?
Okay. That's fine.
Is the fringe a significant part of the negotiation, or is it just basically the base wage and the fringe is just tacked on?
I think as the employer group, we're looking at the whole package, but when we're talking to the, you know, the union, they're more interested in, you know, what is that going to look like on my check? You know, we're weighing everything.
Okay, good. Well, I'm kind of like with the union. What am I bringing home? Thank you. That's it, Chair. Thank you for your latitude.
Okay. Member Hodgins.
Thank you so much. My husband is nearing retirement. He can retire in like 7 years. So not only do we have to consider what we're bringing home, he has to consider what our life is going to look like in 7 years when he's too old to drag a hose. Not joking. You can retire in 3 years? Good for you. He passed 55, but he got to wait till he's 62. We have young kids. I was just about to text Tamara, and then the bell rang. Can you clarify who votes right now so we can understand who we got to write letters to in the state? I know we just kind of talked about it, but I want it like specific. Can you please?
Right. So thank you for the question. So it's the governor's negotiating team. So they're talking to the governor. The governor holds the votes.
He holds 4.
Mm-hmm.
So
or six.
Depends
right.
on the bargaining
The
unit,
bargaining
and I can
unit,
send you
right.
the section.
yeah, thank you. Because I was just trying to look for it, and then I was getting lost in all of the things.
It's a thick chapter.
Thank you. Yeah, it was. I was like, you know what? I'm over it. I'll just ask. Also, when we were talking about the engineering special pay scale, we were talking about how the EMs, they didn't get an appropriate raise to match the schedule. Are we going to do that? Is that in your purview? Is that in our purview? What do we got to do to make that make sense?
So we did recognize that that was going to push up on the EM schedule.
Yeah.
But the EM schedule pushes up on the deputy and the director schedule. And so it was kind of a decision that we're like, we're not going to push, because already in a number of departments, EMs make more than the deputies. And so we didn't want to kind of make that more pervasive than it already is.
Okay, and then now with the salary commission's
Yes.
decisions, we can make that adjustment?
Yes, so
Okay,
that's the
cool.
plan going forward.
When do you think we're gonna make that adjustment?
July 1st.
Okay, oh, okay, so did we already figure out a schedule for the
Well,
EMs?
so yeah, we do have to wait till after the collective bargaining agreements are settled and agreed upon, because we need a master agreement. And the EMs follow their included counterparts. So
okay.
it kind of, yeah, it's kind of connected.
Okay,
We do backdate it to July 1st. So if
Oh,
anything,
okay.
we do go retro.
we're gonna have retro, okay, cool. So unlike my colleagues, I have never applied to work in the county except when I decided to run for office, because, you know, a little bit off. How long does it typically take somebody to get hired? Like, let's say if Shane was to, well, now I can call him Shane, because in this scenario, he's, you know, applying for a county job. If he was to do his test tomorrow, how long would it take for him to like hear back from you folks or get started? We heard about this physical that like Public Works needs to take. Like, how long does that entire process take?
So it depends.
Every time now.
Right. So it really just
Excel spreadsheet
it really
soon on the depends.
I can share that with you. So depending on the recruitment, if it's a continuous recruitment, we're going to, review the test. This candidate qualifies, he passed the test. We're going to send the name to the department schedules an interview. They decide that they want to select him. I mean, I've heard it move in like a week.
Oi, okay.
And then I've also heard the other side of it, that it took 2 months.
Okay.
So it depends. And then if they have to, do a pre-employment drug test or do a physical, that's, extra time. And a lot of times it just depends on, did they answer the phone? Did they come pick up the form? Did they make their appointment?
Okay. Wait, I have a couple more questions. I know we're leading towards the end, but right now, like, I have kids, and in the 7th grade, to go from 6th to 7th grade, you got to take a physical. And I have to schedule that like a year in advance to take the physical. So where are people getting their physicals done that they can do it within a few months' notice? Because Member Paulton says, we don't get to tell them, oh, we're good at this time. They tell you, we have an opening from, 11:58 to 11:59, we better see you.
We have there's a couple providers on island that accommodate, and they can get an appointment. Generally, we have one provider in Kihei that is open 7 days a week, and
okay.
I think both might be open, extended, not the usual.
And then I do have another question, and then I probably swear. How do we plan for new hires? Do we wait until that person who fills the position is vacant and retired? Or do we understand, okay, 14 people from over here, they're going to retire, so let's anticipate that and prepare for that retirement and then hire? Or do we wait until it's vacant?
That's a great question. Thank you for that question. So a few months ago, maybe in October, we met with directors and deputies and kind of encouraged, because we see that, it's like, oh, this person retired a month later.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to fill this position. And so there's a budget provision that allows departments to hire, as long as they have the funds, like 90 days in advance. And so we say, like, if this person is leaving, and some departments do take advantage of it, but if this person is leaving, let's anticipate the vacancy, let's recruit ahead of time so that they have that lead. You can bring this person on earlier and, kind of get familiar with the job, the landscape, everything that they need to do. And that's, you know, a work in progress right now. I think everybody's busy. There's a lot, you know, going on. And so sometimes that may not happen. And sometimes even when they do, you know, it's hard to find, you know, qualified people, especially for, you know, some higher level roles. And so we also encourage departments to, why don't you recruit at the lower level and promote from within? And again, that's like an ongoing conversation that we have. And, you know, there's pros and cons to everything, so.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair, for the extra time. I appreciate it.
Okay. Member Sinansi.
Madam Chair, just a couple more questions following up on Member Hutchins. What, do you have a number, an average of people that are retiring, and just what's the percentage of that number that's adding to the vacancy list that are leaving the county?
So it's hard for us to predict the number of employees that are retiring just because, you know, everybody has different expectations and, you know, just desires. I think we see about 90 to 100 employees retiring a year. That's kind of just been the average. I think during COVID, there was a little bump in that number.
Okay.
I think that impacted us too, just, you know, COVID made things a little bit complicated. So if people were like at that home stretch, they were like, peace out.
Yeah, got it. And then what would be the process if we would have to revisit the job descriptions? Would that be something in-house, or would you require an RFP to go out to kind of go through the departments and all the different job descriptions?
Right, so departments are responsible for maintaining the accuracy and of their position descriptions. Typically, you know, it's encouraged to look at it once a year, you know, at least when they're doing their performance evaluation, and kind of understanding, you know, like, is this accurate? Is this true? You know, does it need to be updated? And I would suggest, you know, maybe looking at, you know, starting from there, but a wholesale kind of looking at all of our class specs may require some assistance from an
outside,
expert, yeah.
Yeah, consultant. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chair Lee. And then Member Paulton.
Okay, Cynthia, do you have sufficient staff to process 600 to 700 vacancies, to fill those vacancies?
That's a great question. We certainly do our best. We do not have space in our office for any more staff members. And, you know, just, I mean, whatever we can
okay,
do.
let me put it this way.
Okay.
Given the size of workforce that you have, on average, how many people can you actually fill per month, let's say?
So
how many vacancies can you fill per month?
Well, so departments actually are the ones that interview candidates, make offers, and onboard. We have been helping departments onboard staff, so actually onboarding employees would be, you know, kind of parsed out with all the departments. I think we could, you know, is it 100 employees a month? Is it 50 employees a month? I think we could handle both.
Both?
Yes.
Okay, what's stopping you now?
Getting 600 qualified candidates who accept county positions.
Okay, apparently the departments and your department are probably not enlisting the right strategies at this point, don't you think?
So I'll give you an example. We have one department, and I won't mention names, we gave them 10 lists with qualified candidates. And they never hired anyone. The lists remain in referred status. And so, you know, there's moving parts to this, to solve this problem. And when asked, you know, they said, we'll just, you know, we want to see different names. We'll just wait for this, you know, I don't know what they said. They just didn't respond. And then when the director was pressed, they did make offers. But that was a significant amount of time.
Okay. To every problem, there's a solution.
Absolutely.
And so I'm just wondering that, you know, maybe it's not you, maybe it's the mayor himself or somebody else that has to push this forward.
Right.
So since the department's come under him anyway.
If I can just make a plug, we talked about it at the last time that we were here last week. And we are doing a county career expo at the mall. It's going to be a hiring event. We are encouraging interested candidates to apply ahead of time, be ready to get interviewed. And it's a pretty big deal. We're working hard to, you know, get all the pieces in place and make it happen. So very excited. Departments are, the mayor's instructed all departments to be there and be ready to interview. So we hope to make a dent in that, you know, 600 vacancies.
Mm-hmm. All right, my time has expired, but can I ask one last question?
Yes.
You know, your specialists, are most of them or all of them EMs?
No.
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 None of them are EMs?
No, we have three EMs.
Okay. Because usually an EM has to have a staff to oversee. So in these three cases, you have that situation.
There are senior, there are leads. So yes, I would say that staff responds to them, reports to them, and yeah, they're kind of overseen by that group.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Member Johnson.
Isn't that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Member
Paulton's
Paulton.
turn?
Sorry, Member Paulton.
I might need an answer in writing. I was wondering what the cost would be if we raised all the people below SR15C to SR15C, and what the cost would be if we raised everyone below SR14C to SR14C and SR13C to SR13C.
Can we get that in writing?
You guys got my back over there. Thank you. And then,
Thank you.
Following up with what Member Hodgins said when Public Works was here, they said that some counties did it concurrently so that there wasn't like chiefs or whoever looking at and like, why don't I just become an engineer, you know, like because of the bonus, and why didn't we do that concurrently? Or is that the right word? Concurrently.
That's a great question.
So
I think, no, so when we looked at it, all of our EMs were already paid at the max, or for the most part. I think there was one that we recognized was not, and so we, you know, adjusted his salary.
Okay. And then the other thing that like both of you and Miss Rust said, like, it's the law, and like that's what we're here. Like isn't that the beauty of the American Constitution? Like it's a living document, and you know, if adjustments need to be made, then you go and like, I mean, one thing that I really admire of the trades unions versus the public unions is they fight for their workers. You know, like you're not going to find a beginning operating engineer that's not able to make a living salary, you know? and HGA endorses, UPW endorses, SHOPO, HFFA, and they endorse at the state level. And so, like, if you see a problem, and then it's the problem is the law, then let's work together to change it. I'm the HSAC representative, and if you see the law is the problem, then, you know, draft the bill with me and I'll present it to this body. And remember, like, you know us. You know how, I mean, I don't know if you know how laws get made, but like, to say, oh, the problem is the law, then why aren't we working together to fix it? What the law says. Like, I maybe before I had this particular job, I would say, oh, the law is a problem. But I think that our job is to make laws and fix laws and oversee the budget. And like, remember Rollins Fernandez said, not being able to hire into vacancies that serve the public is an all-around bad thing, because then people see the ones that did get the job, the ones that showing up for work, doing the job of 5 people, and say like, oh, they're doing such a horrible job because the job is meant to be spread out among 5 people. And there, it's like, you know, the one person that shows up with the shitty salary is getting all the thing, and like, why would they continue to do that, you know? And so if we were to fill all the vacancies, even out the workload, provide great public service, I think people would pay for that. You know, like, I think that's what they're expecting. And instead, what we're doing is we're paying a not living wage, recruiting 1 or 2 people to fill 10 positions, and then kind of blaming them, like, why isn't these services getting delivered correctly, on time, and in a great way? And I with the police vacancies, it's not just the Maui County thing. Like, when I go to the HSAC and I speak to other colleagues on different jurisdictions, it's a statewide problem. And vacancies is a statewide problem. So if we all know there's these archaic positions, we all know that the law is the problem, like, you know who we are and what we do. And if you identify what parts of the law are the problem and you'd like to change it, like, just send me an email. There's nothing illegal about that, right? And then we could try and change the law that's the problem. And I would, if it's me or somebody else, I don't care. Actually, it would be better to be somebody else because my plate is a little full. But then you introduce it in Member Nohe's committee, and then I would take it to the HSAC, and maybe it could be part of the HSAC package. But earlier when I asked that stuff that you're gonna get in writing, is that a supplemental thing we can do? Because that's the other thing Miss Rust was talking about. Like, if we do that, she said you start from the most vulnerable, lowest first, and bring it up to level. Is that what you meant by supplemental agreement after the master plan thing is?
I think the supplemental agreement can be crafted to be however we want it to be crafted. So it doesn't have to be, you know, what you suggested or what she suggested. It's just, you know, what is our end goal?
Because, I mean, I don't think anyone, really, it's hard to make ends meet below a SR 15C, personally. I got hired as a SR 11 back in like 90s. and I still lived at home. Yeah. And like, if I had to pay for like a household expense on an SR 10 or 11, I'm gonna be living at home for the rest of my life, you know?
If I can just comment on kind of what you were saying. So I feel like everybody's got a lot on their plate, right? So when, we're asking for this money to do, this study, and how do we, what part of our rules are archaic? Are they all archaic? Like, we want to understand, what do other jurisdictions do? And I think you shared with me that you met at the NACO.
Did you give it to them? Oh.
No. So, just kind of understanding like what other jurisdictions do. Like, I mean, I was hired before you. And so this has been the law. It is the law. I think in 2003, they, tried to modernize the law. And I think just when we went through it, it made some changes, but not, enough for this day and time that we're in, because 20 years ago is very different than it is today. And I think all of you sitting here is, this is that moment where, we say we want to pay our people more, and taking that stand. You read 89 and, how the votes go, and
she read
our
89.
seat at the table. And, if we want to make change for Maui, we've, just our community's been through a lot. Our employees have been stretched. So, just honoring, the wish of the council and even our employees. Just, what about us? Is what I heard them saying today. And I agree, and I'm looking at all of you, holding the purse, just.
So it doesn't have to be minimum SR 15C. It could be everybody 30% raise.
I think I did the math on that. I don't know if my math was correct, but it was like 42 million. But you would check my math. Because everybody's on a different, I'm just taking salaries and the minimum. But, I think the number that I saw was, $1,500 a month. And then I did that times 12, times 2,700 employees. And that was the 42 million that I came up with, so.
But you said the supplemental agreement could be crafted in any way.
Right. So, how much money do we want to put toward? And, acknowledging that we are in negotiations, and, I'm probably.
And you said it was 42 million?
So the number that I saw was $1,500 a month, and I did the math. So times 12 is 18,000. So 18,000, and I just averaged out, we have 2,700 county employees. So if we added 18,000, and that's just for 1 year, times that 2,700, it's 42 million.
And we got 120 million in carryover savings and 50 million floating around that we don't know how to designate.
And then I think I added what it would cost if we paid 100% of the employees, health benefits. And that would be another, again, we got to, run the numbers, but it's about 10 million. And that's.
We could do that. We could pay 100% even regardless of collective bargaining.
We would have to do a supplemental agreement.
But there is another jurisdiction in the state that currently does that. And so the supplemental agreement they have is they pay 100% of the 75-25 of the HMSA plan and of the Kaiser standard 100%.
What jurisdiction is that?
Kauai.
I would like to do at least that.
What about fringe benefits?
Yeah, so we can ask for their supplement agreement to see how it reads.
I mean, if we hired everyone that was in a vacant position, then there would be a lot less overtime, right? I mean,
I'm sorry.
And then so too, the chronically vacant positions, those on continuous recruitment, we could make specialized for that. Lowest paid, chronically vacant,
We would want to develop some kind of criteria, like how we arrived at those decisions, but yeah, I mean.
You guys would want to, or you'd want us to? Or, I mean, I'm cool with it if you guys want to.
I think I'd want to work with this body and well as the, the mayor's office too.
Very good.
Okay, let's do it then.
Very good. Okay, so your math, right? Did you add fringe benefits? Because fringe is
I did not.
Another 89%.
I did not add fringe.
Yeah, that's almost like doubling whatever it is, right?
Yeah, it's usually
pretty high.
like 89% or something. You
Yeah.
can check with finance, they do that number.
Yeah. And one of the responses of 89% was
Oh,
fringe. Yeah. Okay, so, Member Johnson.
Okay, I don't have a question, so I'll make it quick because it's late. I do have a statement, though. The idea that, like, I like what that discussion was happening about, bringing up the wages across the board, because what the middle class does, and any economist worth their salt will tell you, they spend 100% of their income, sometimes 110% of their income every year, and that generates our economy, right? So you go out to eat a little bit more. You got, remember that term disposable income back in the 80s and 90s? We don't even use that term anymore. There's nothing disposable, right?
There's none.
So, but that's what generates the economy, right? So if you raise the wages, they're gonna spend it. Then OED doesn't have to find these grants to kind of get, help this guy and that guy. It's just good policy if we give these folks money. They're gonna spend it right in town, right in our communities, and jobs are being created and, it's just a winner. So I really like that discussion, what you guys were doing, and let's do it. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, members, so that was like our second round. I want to see if we can dig deeper into this discussion that we're having and seeing how we can help, more people, not people, but more of our employees. Yeah, and as you heard, right, did you listen to the testimony this morning when we talked about OCS and the 30% increase for all its members and the pushback that we got or from the other employees, the 2,700, well, there wasn't 2,700 people speaking, but
representing 2,700.
Yeah. And and then we had Tony Russ from HGA saying that these are the things that could be done. So we can get, you on the table with the unions and figure out something that we can, have solutions that's better than, doing like these random one-offs. Right. And maybe set the standard for what the state can look at, and something realistic.
Mm-hmm. I think, when I first started working for the county, I thought the salary was low, but, you get your lifetime pension, you get your lifetime medical, it was all those things in the future. And I feel like I was in a good place where, I could take that little pay cut or the pay cut to invest in my future. There's not that possibility today for many people because, the housing market is crazy. No one can afford to buy a house here on a county wage. And, I think that's a fact. My son has a good job, but he still can't afford a house. It's, 1.5 million. So, I mean, I don't know that we can fix that, but at least, give people, something that they want to come and apply for the county. And we have something to promote.
Yeah. Agree, right? So, okay, members, I'm going to close out personnel. You have another last question?
Yeah, just on timing of so the master agreement ends June 30. Can the supplemental agreement go beyond the expiration date of the master agreement, or does it expires at the same time? Okay. All right. That was my question. And I think, to comment on the last statement you made. Two birds, one stone. We can increase salaries and help the housing, prices kind of stabilize by increasing tier 3 and, capturing a lot of that real property tax and deterring all that demand of luxury houses on Maui. So, yes. It is a good policy. Mahalo, Chair.
All tied together. What a great discussion. I'm glad you came back to visit us. It's kind of, it's something different that we did.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, and again, because we heard from all the departments at this point, and we heard almost similar frustrations. And then we heard from you in the very beginning, right, when you came with the mayor, and you have similar frustrations too, because you're all trying to do your best in a very difficult situation.
Thank you for your support, everyone. We look forward to kind of fixing this problem.
Yeah. Let's work on it. So we'll try to get your discussion today, and then, we can work together.
There's some questions from Tamara.
Yeah, so by tomorrow, members can submit by 9 o'clock any further questions that they may have for you or the mayor. And on this, then we'll try to figure out how to memorialize is kind of the wrong word, but, to kind of document what you said and try to figure out we can work together. All right, members, so at this time, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So it is 6:03. Thanks for staying extra. I was going to take up budget provisions today, but I understand that some of the members might have some more that they want to suggest. So 4 o'clock tomorrow, if you have any. And in there, I think we hear Chair Lee always talk about DR funds. So we're going to put in there something about the DR funds and reporting. And I heard, Tamara, you might have something. Yeah, I am. Budget provisions. Do you have any budget provisions? Anyway, 4 o'clock tomorrow, if you do, is due so that we can incorporate it into discussion. And then,
Can you clarify what you mean by budget provisions?
Oh, here. It's in Bill 41. Wait, let me look for a page number.
Chair, those are the general budget provisions towards the back of the budget bill.
If we want to change them?
Yeah. If you want to add or delete or, yeah.
Oh, towards the back of Bill 41?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take that home then.
Okay. Oh, I thought maybe you did. Somebody had said you might have. But I'm going to take this up on Monday instead. I was going to take it up today and probably ask our attorney, Mr. Hanano, to basically take sections of it where we had suggested changes of that provision so we can tighten up our budget communications with the administration. So that would be, we'll take it up. So Monday, we are doing budget. We're going to get certification from the finance department. So after that, we'll take up this particular item that I'm talking about and then continue on with decisions is what Monday's going to be. So tomorrow by 4 o'clock, if anybody has amendments you want or changes you want to add to the general budget provisions, please submit that by 4. Also, don't forget your priorities. And then after we hear from all of the residency era meetings, next week, Monday, also, we're going to hear what your wish list is for that. I'm going to call it the Cultural Economic Development, the $140,000 fund at this point. So that's due next week at noon. Yeah? Any questions? Member Paulton.
Did you mean I think I had a budget provision that if our cultural economic development is line itemed, for me, I didn't want that to prevent the entity from going after competitive funds as well. If my language was up to so much for Kaibigan and Lahaina, then would I write a general budget provision should be that I don't want my line item to Kaibigan to prevent them from going from any competitive grant because the wording in my line item says up to. Is that understood, or
So
do I
I
have to
think because you
include
must
it?
have had that conversation with somebody, and so therefore, Mr. Hanano, is that what I should call you, Mr. Hanano? I want to call you Peter.
Sorry, I'm in the webinar too, so it's a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, is that conversation that you had with
them?
Yeah. So therefore, they said, oh, there might be another amendment. So I said, okay, I'm not going to take it up today because we have a bunch, not a bunch, but we have several that we're going to make some revisions with your approval, and then pass that on Monday.
So you want me to turn that in writing what I just said
by
in
4 o'clock.
words
By 4 o'clock.
tomorrow?
You can work on it with them. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not a lawyer, but I can turn in like what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Okay.
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 Perfect.
That's it. All right. So see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is Chair Lee's council meeting at 9 o'clock, and we're honoring some special results.
Three ceremonial resolutions.
We have 3 ceremony resolutions. One very special from Molokai. So I'm quite sure you're going to see lots of
It's gonna be a
people from
long day.
Molokai. All right, I will now, we're going to defer this item, and this meeting is now adjourned at 6:07.